darkness which come the evil, destructive forces in man's nature. And it is from this world of darkness which come the evil, destructive forces in man's nature.
Hello, friends and enemies of YouTube, the Active, and the pre-ecliptic summoning. Make sure you have your rosaries, your holy water, your crosses, your Bibles, and know one thing: your God is not with you. Got to stay in character. Tonight is an auspicious occasion that apparently only comes around every once in a while, and I'm going to take full advantage of this eclipse and all of the resources that it has to offer in the unseen realm. So tonight we'll begin with the summon theme.
If the devil doesn't exist, but man has created him, he has created him in his own image and likeness. Their sighs, lamentations, and loud wailings resounded through the starless air, so that at first it made me weep. Strange tongues, horrible language, worlds of pain, tones of anger, voices loud and hoarse, and with these the sounds of hands made a tumult which is whirling through that air forever as sand eddies in a whirlwind.
Are you feeling it? Are you feeling the energy in the air, the anticipation? The captivated masses with their ever rhetorical nature of their impending doom. Maybe this will be it, or maybe not. Either way, I'm prepared. I've learned to deal with such things. So we will continue with the summons. I hope you feel it.
Possession, the physical act of taking over a person's body. Possession. 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 Possession.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have an esteemed guest. Esteemed Cage Reality is with us. Good evening, morning, or whatever particular time you may be in. How's it going?
Why are you talking me into it like this, Axis? All soft-voiced and talking in this manner. You're going to lead me into the eclipse, the pre-eclipse street. There you go.
Absolutely. I have my...
Absolutely, brother. Thank you for having me. So, I really appreciate it.
I have my sanctified circle salted and symboled.
Sir, have you squared the circle? The circle has been squared and salted. There we go.
Yes. Absolutely, brother. And I have my scroll and parchment.
The pirates on deck, Axis. That's how you're feeling, brother. Yes. Thank you. Hold my hand and jump into the abyss. I'm going to push you first, so when you go near the cliff. You know what I mean? We'll see how We'll see if the water's deep enough for you to fall into. You know what I mean?
You'd be
Yes,
surprised.
brother. We got water wings on deck.
Did you blood scroll and have your parchment ready?
It's all in the iron, brother. It's all in the iron and the oxygen.
Ah, I see you're forging for this eclipse. What are you forging, Cage?
I'm just gonna go to it's business as usual. I'm gonna keep doing it's a normal thing. Every day is an
I don't think
eclipse, or eclipse.
I don't think you should change a thing. I think you being
I'm not
you
at all.
is the best thing you could be.
Big fucking deal. Ooh. The eclipse is
What,
over.
you don't like yourself?
No, I'm saying big deal with the eclipse thing, you know? I'm going to the forest and making a fire.
Oh. Well,
Like normal.
I'll be in a ceremony of judicial working on the eclipse. And as it goes over, I will be
Well,
amongst them.
you know the power of it, right, Ashes, in all seriousness. So we know the power of it. Many people, you know, it's an energy harvesting ritual, obviously. Getting people are excited. They even declared a state of emergency over here because of all the people going fucking retarded either way. So, you know, you can utilize that energy and direct it in a certain way in your own reality, you know, which I'm sure you're going to be doing.
Well, to tell you the truth, Cage, I don't know what the outcome of my particular situation is going to be.
I do.
I don't. And I don't have the foresight to be able to look into such things. So I guess I'm going to have to experience it. And I'm preparing myself to experience that, Cage. So if I have a little fun, then I have a little fun. May God condemn and damn me. But I think under the scale of pressure that I'm under and his indifferent state, I don't give a goddamn. I deserve to be happy. And how about you, Cage? Where do you find
I'm going to
happiness?
disagree with that.
You're going to
And
what?
the detail. I said I wouldn't disagree with that. Of course, they deserve to be happy, Access. Come on now. For
Yeah.
me, I find
And I,
happiness personally in the details and everything, in every breath and everything
why
I
do you
look
think
at.
I do? I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. Step over you.
No, no, that's it. That's it.
That's why I do miniature scale modeling. It's in the details, hidden behind the fractal nature of an
No,
individual
I know that, and you
number.
put everybody on here that you're bored, right? Where's Cage on that board now? In
They're
your
not on
mind?
that board. They're
Yeah, I
not on
know
that board.
it's not possible because it'll dissolve if you put me on there. It'll combust, spontaneously combust if you try putting me on your fucking board. I'll tell you that.
Give me, Cage. I'm under a particular set of obstacles right now, equations that I
Yeah, no, and you
can't
have people looking
get the
out for you
answer
too.
to it.
That's
Okay?
fine. It'll come to you.
So indifference right now is not what I need. Okay? You understand that? I'm dealing with energy that is highly stressing on the mind and the body. I know you
I
don't
know.
quite grasp it,
No, I
but let me
do.
tell you, I don't
I
need
said
any shit.
I have a different approach to it.
And what's that?
Grab the fucking idiot by the horn. You know what I mean? Grab it by the horns and deal with it. I'll rip them off and fucking impale you in the fucking eye with it. Try to fucking ram me with your horn. This offensive energy. Look at it like horns coming at you like a fucking bull or something. Yeah, grab
Let's
that, dash it off, and I'll put one in both eyes. It's fine.
let me ask you something, Gage. Are you feeling some type of energy that's fucking with your masculinity, that you're projecting this anger or this
No, it's
strength of
metaphorical.
vocabulary?
This is no, it's metaphorical, but this is what's being thought of all the time. Okay, just because it's being said right now doesn't mean it's something new. All it is like I know it's funny.
Well, I don't think my situation at hand on that day is going to be quite so funny. So I'm going to enjoy myself.
Sometimes all you can do is laugh. You know what I mean?
That's what I'm trying to do. Yeah,
As they
I like that,
say,
maggot.
deep in the esoteric, then they say mirth is king. Look that
Hey,
up.
fools and tools. I'm sorry, Cage. I'm very sorry. I didn't. That was rude. What were you
How
saying
is
there?
that rude? What are you? I thought I was a
I
Canadian over here. You
I
bump into the
stepped
wall
over
and you
you.
apologize, right? No, you haven't. First of all, I'm on
Well,
your channel talking. You haven't stepped over me. No need to apologize. I do appreciate that, though. But I thought I was a Canadian one, right? We bump into the wall. I'm sorry, wall. Sorry, I bumped it. What do you? Or should the wall apologize to you? Either way, it's how it is.
I'm trying to stay in a positive state because of my circumstance, and I'm going to do what it takes to continue staying in that state, regardless of whatever resistance comes. Once
Yeah,
I get
personally,
aggravated, go ahead.
once you get aggravated, then what happens?
Then I will remove the aggravation from my world. I will delete it and I will not recognize it.
What does that entail doing?
Just no more energy applied. I just don't apply any more energy to it.
To keep it
Verbal,
alive. But come on, it needs
visual.
it. It's like a mosquito. It needs your blood. It needs that rat blood. Come on, man. Give me some.
Well, Cage, I understand your duress, and that's cool. We all have bad days, but I think I've already had the start of a bad year. April 1st was my New Year's. You spent it with me. Remember that?
Of course.
Good time.
The equinox, right?
Yep. And I would like to take this auspicious occasion and continue that way.
You got Dawn in there. Dawn. I love her perspective. But yeah, Axis. Trust me.
Yeah.
You have people looking out for you, and not everybody's against you. And I know you may not you think you need certain things at certain times, but it's an alchemical formula. They all mix together and create the magnum opus, if you want to call it that. Your magnum opus, right?
It's a trial of wheel with me, Cage. See, I would relate to you exactly what's transpiring inside of me, but you haven't ever had children, have you?
Not yet, no. On my path.
Or is it?
Well, you could say I have. I have. You could say I'm your grandfather. I'm your great great grandfather, technically. whatever that means.
I'm talking biologically. You're a child. No, Cage, you don't. And you couldn't possibly grasp the gravity of this under any circumstance.
I actually have,
Except
though.
that,
That's the funny thing. Yeah.
so, so, where's your kid? Are you trying to
Now,
drag me into hell?
now
Because I
we're
can
getting
take you there
deep.
with me. Yeah. You want to push that issue? You know, if that's what you require of me, Cage, then I
My
will
child
appease you.
passed away. It was a miscarriage. You know what I mean? And later in the trimesters or whatever the fuck you want to call it. But yeah, I'm still young. Well, the issue was like the woman I was with was on birth control, and I guess like it really wanted to try forming something, but didn't work out. I had to get rid of it technically.
So you didn't raise it until it was
It
18.
wasn't there in world. It wasn't there in the world at
So you
all.
don't know
Didn't
it.
form it.
You couldn't understand or comprehend. Where's your daughter? You know, where was she at? Did you raise her to 18? Where's your adopted child? Did you
What
raise
age?
that to
What age did
18?
you? What age did you have your first child at?
I adopted my first child at the age of 24. It was a girl. Her name was Lacey Jo Hoke. My first wife was her mother. Then I had my son with my first wife. So I had my son, and he was raised with my adopted daughter, who I took on as mine. And once that come to an end, then I had another daughter, which my son got to experience. And they grew very close together. And now that they have far past 18 years of age, you know, don't do yourself a disservice by antagonizing me.
Or you think you're being antagonized, bro?
It was your approach, Cage.
I make it very clear if I was trying to do something like that, you'd know it. It's not if or any of that. And that's not the type of person I am. I've never done that. And I don't intend to do that to anybody. If I want to antagonize anybody, I'll do it to myself.
Well, I would hope that you
You
could
understand?
practice the restraint. You know, it's a matter of courtesy and respect for my situation and under the condition. Not very pleasant. What's transpiring in your world today, Cage?
Same old.
Yeah, seems that either people are affected and reacting in some unusual way, and they can't seem to get adjusted to the energy and the frequency that's oncoming. I've
Yeah, bro,
noticed
you got
that.
people out here for you, man. You know what I mean? I know it's a difficult time, especially with these celestial, whatever, this kind of shit going on nowadays on Monday or tomorrow or whatever, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I know it's like a difficult time. And, you know, guess what? You have people actually out here ruining for you. You have people actually out here working in the background trying to fucking make it as smooth as possible for you when it's possible. You know what I mean? I'm one of them.
I know that.
And
I
you
know
know
it.
that. And I
Yeah,
know you know it. Like, I'm on, I'm not out here to, you know what fucking team I'm on? I'm on my own team. You realize that, hopefully. Which, what does that really mean?
well, that's
You know?
why, Cage. I don't associate you with anybody. I recognize you as a sovereign, single individual with the same opportunities, that observable existence in this particular state. Yeah, you're you're an individual, and I don't put you to a group, nor do I put myself. But we do communicate.
Yes, sir. I do
Wow.
rate your first child was adopted. You're saying, huh?
Yeah. Yeah.
I do rate that in a way because bringing if people have this idea of like you're in some sort of a fucking trap or whatever, what? So maybe yeah, like doing the adoption thing could really be beneficial in a way. I do
Right.
respect that. Hearing that. Yeah.
I I need to address the chat. Dawn, I will explain behind the scenes in private, or send you an email and let you know, so that you can at least send some positive energy towards the situation. And Maggot, I understand, man. Truly do, brother. That that evil, wicked place filled with every sort of demon that wants to rip and tear your rights away from you, cage you like a fucking animal, and put you away, feeding you the most
Not the
minimal
cage.
balance. Don't get me
Cage,
started.
huh? Like a fucking animal. There you go.
Yeah, that's what they want to do. They want to
I
rip
treat
your
animals. Well, you know what though? Like the real people, they actually enjoy, or they have a symbiotic relation with animals. More like human beings have a choice. They have that fucking free will. Animals don't. They're just living in nature. They're living through the source. So I look at animals like better than I do human beings. I'm pretty sure you felt the same way certain times in your life, and that with your dogs and shit going on the road and that as a nomad. You know.
yeah, cage. I've had the fortunate luck to be able to do such things. You know,
Yeah.
I allowed myself to bypass limitations, and I just took on the experience.
Hmm.
Thank you, Don. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much.
I told you not to fucking worry about it, okay? It's a big orchestra. It's a big fucking stage, and da-da-da, I can tell you this and that, and you'll be up, down, fucking roller coaster. It's all gonna fucking work out, I'm telling you, okay? Give me my word for that.
Okay, I'll take that. And I will amplify and project that into, manifestation if possible. And
It's definitely
Maggot,
possible.
you got my prayers, brother. You know, when you walk into that arena of demons, they want to take your cash, your ass, and your freedom. So,
Yeah, we could
you know,
flip that though. All you gotta do is shine a mirror on that, and you could do the opposite. But then now you're in their nonsense game, so you just disregard it.
right, which is exactly what I was doing by a pre-ecliptic summoning. We got
You
to keep them on
summon,
their toes.
you summon yourself on
You
the
got to,
toe. What are you, a
got to,
ballerina? Oh no no. Oh wait, you said
yeah,
someone.
yeah.
Oh, you're a
I was,
oh on the
yeah.
toes like a fucking ballerina. There you go.
No, I was into
The
modern.
dancing. I have a
Yeah, I
strain
wasn't
called
into
cage
point.
dancing.
Yeah, I wasn't into point. I was into modern, and it's a different type of shoe. I, as a male, couldn't. No,
That has some
not
deeper
point.
meaning to it that I still have to decipher, but I'll figure it out eventually. You know what I mean?
That's
We'll figure it
actually
out.
how I met my second. Yeah, it's how I met my second wife.
There you go.
Yeah, she was around when I was in ballet, and we just happened to hook up, and the next thing you know, we're in the hills of Kentuckiana, and we spent several months down there. I spent it courting her, and
There you go.
we decided that we would try to go at it, and we did.
You have those
So
memories and that. Well, there's happy times you had in your life, and that's just the beginning. There's more to come, Max. Watch me. Right, tomorrow things are gonna change. It depends what side of the coin you want to be on. Technically, you can go it can go down or it can go up. Or it could be on your own fucking thing. Doesn't have to be within that, but there is going to be some sort of a shift,
no,
energetic shift, whatever you want to call.
I'm sorry, Kate. It's funny. No, maggot. She will. She wasn't a disco dancer. She was into modern, and we bumped into each other between classes, and when I was going to do tai chi, and
Oh, that's the Tai Chi. There you go.
yeah, so we wound up, you know, just kind of bumping into each other along the way, and just one day we were sitting in a steak and shake, and I said, "You want to take a ride?" She said, "Yeah." So we
I
just
do
jumped
remember,
off.
Axis. I do remember. I remember being free on the road, and that. And there's one time, I had like it's one of my ex girlfriends and that from high school. You know what I mean? Like we know each other from high school, and that got together after for a few years. And I remember like we used to just randomly drive to random places. Like being on the road like that, like you just like let wherever the wind takes you type thing. You know what I mean? And I remember like driving through when the sunset, the sun was coming up, and we're going through like this hilly fucking like straight line, like as far as the eye could see, you're just going. It's just like an endless road, and you smell the fucking. It was lavender fields. Yeah, and that brings you back to a
Lavender.
certain spot in your life. Yeah, so you
Yeah,
smell
that smells. Maybe a movie or a song. Yeah,
certain
I'm
things,
still human.
which is everywhere. You go anywhere you want. So,
Yeah, it's just an experience, man, and I got that. I understand. Um, Probably a deeper functioning of this particular situation, and even the past that I was able to recall and enjoy, good, bad, and indifferent. I don't allow
what the
anything
funny,
to.
what the constant was the entire time. It was you, right? You're the one manipulating or creating it. Really, it could have been anything. And then what is this
No,
memory recall? It works off electromagnetic fields in the hippocampus, the gateway to memory, and all
mm,
that. Is it
yeah,
really real, or is it something that you just created in your mind? You know?
no, you just described one of the functions of the biological computer that you inhabit.
Yeah, the hippocampus,
That's
right?
all. Yeah, yep. We all have a view or a perspective of what we are, but I take the perspective that we are biological machines, kind of our own individual quantum computers inside of our noggin. Body is kind of an extension, you know, an independent
Yeah.
drone tied to the system, and it can't function unless somebody applies energy. So,
Would you say access that everyone's applying energy no matter what? There's a difference between it's an automatic function, is what I'm saying. There's a difference between applying it and just having it happen without your application. But it is with your application either way, even unknowingly, right? So it's about the lucid application of it, or being aware and being aware of the application, really. Because I say it's a
Well,
constant thing,
yeah.
you know.
Well, words are persistent to my notion. I can give you a video on what the constant is. Actually, I can give you an entire course study of the concept and theory behind the constant. But we are the persistent. We are the cycle that moves within the realms of our sphere against a much larger system of programs that seems to be able to sustain itself. We obtain a type of involuntary existence when we're not minded of certain things like breathing, being conscious. These things are kind of an involuntary system of programs that were put in place in this particular biological machine. And I suppose that is to keep us from suffocating by not breathing.
How
It's
many
an
times do you
abstract
think
way.
on average, how many times on average do you inhale and exhale, do you think?
My heart rate varies.
Per minute?
When I'm not paying attention to it, I couldn't tell you because it's in a state of, involuntary movement. But when I am conscious of it, I could count the beats, and sometimes they're kind of high, sometimes they're kind of low. They fluctuate, but they're still an involuntary type of system going on with this biological machine. I'm not responsible for the involuntary act that this body does. I'm only responsible for the voluntary act. So if I stop breathing, well, it is what it is. How's it looking in Canada today? Are the Christians out
Looks
in the
great.
street with their signs
Looks
speaking
great.
revelation? Good.
No, we always we see the rat symbol, like the rat signal in the sky. I mean,
Right?
instead of the bat signal, yeah, it's like reflected right into the clouds or something. It's like blue beam.
I just noticed that Monday there's not going to be any school because we're in a direct line with the ecliptic, and apparently we're going to be able to see it pretty good
Yeah,
from where
they
we'll be.
they shut down all the schools over here. They pretty much because a lot of our power apparently half of our power will be turned off. A lot of people are going to go into a blackout literally tomorrow. And they've already announced a state of emergency. Last time they did that, truckers blocked didn't want to get poked with stuff and and they got all their shit seized. But yeah, they've stated a state of emergency over here for that, apparently. Bunch of idiots, they're getting all harvested. Look up! Wash the left hand while
Right?
we do, look at the left hand. Follow the finger.
Yeah.
Either
Didn't
way,
you?
I honestly, this is the same fucking shit as always. Like nothing is really gonna change, except your mind or your perception. That could change.
No, my
That's how I look at it.
actual physical
Not yours. I mean, like
environment.
in general. Yeah.
Yeah, it different, different perspective, man. I
Yeah,
just
well, maybe I see it a bit differently, and then everything changes. Right? Just look at something.
right.
Like it's like a fractal. Like if you look at different facet, like a diamond or like a gem, it has a different facet depending on how you look at it and how like the light shines into it. You get a whole different matrix of possibility there.
Right. That's, just the laws of applied energy. I understand. It's just I was endeavoring into the course of having some fun with those that don't seem to be able to get past themselves to recognize the concept that I am indifferent, and especially at
Well,
this
like
moment.
it's like the art of not giving a fuck, really. Yeah? Indifferent.
Well, I'm allowing information not to affect an emotional state, more of a cerebral state, and that's how I'm maintaining a type of emotional control over certain circumstances that I'm under, and that's just applied mechanics. Otherwise, there's the potential that the stress factor of the situation could become overwhelming. And at
Well,
that point,
with these interactions, at that point I respect other people going through what they have to deal with. And what you're doing is great access, you know what I mean? I'm not trying to fucking toot your fucking horn or whatever you want to call it. I was saying, it's like a difficult situation, obviously, that you're dealing with, and you're dealing with it pretty well. You know what I mean? I gotta give you that. So that's where you're gonna see results. Okay.
I'm,
So well done.
I'm doing the best I can, man. I really am. It's been a hard, difficult road,
And that's the main
and
key, doing the best you can. That's the main thing. Just do the best you
yeah,
can, and that's all you can do. You know?
absolutely. It's a matter of being there for my family, my daughter, my mom, my nephew, and my son, my
Of
adopted
course.
daughter.
Hmm.
They're dependent on me to be strong. They're depending on me to
And that's what you gotta do, and
absorb
that's what
the
you are, and that's what you're
energy.
doing, and that's what you're fucking bringing into reality. Guaranteed. And tomorrow is a perfect time to bring it into reality. In a way.
Yep.
And none of this shit.
Yes.
Perfect fucking time. Okay? What's gonna happen. This is why I'm here right now. Okay, it's gonna happening. Guaranteed. There's no
Well,
ifs or buts or what if or could
I
have or
think it's
should
quite
have or none of
auspicious
it.
that
Yeah, I know. I know. We don't have to get
they
into it.
chose
I
that
know.
particular
I
day.
know. I know. I
Yeah.
know. It's all played out. It's all script. We both know this, okay? Guaranteed. Come on now. Think about it. The
Right.
fuck? Now they're just playing games. And now watch. Tomorrow, Monday, no pun intended, we'll see
Right.
what happens, okay? And
Right. Well, I'll let you know the situational outcome. But right now,
yeah,
I've got to
please,
kind
yeah,
of
let me know. Let me know
be
what happens
strong.
after. I'm gonna, so I could die of laughter. Mirth is king, as they say. There you go. I'm gonna fucking laugh at their nonsense joke of a system, and that's fine. You
Right.
we both will. We all will. There you go. We'll make a bonfire about it. Go.
Yeah. That, you know, cremate the possibility of the potential for it to really spiral into a negative area and allow it to go up into flame. Read the smoke.
And I don't even know why I
Breathe.
do this shit. You know what I mean? But I actually have the energy going toward it. You know what I mean? And it's not because you somehow manipulated me to do it, or like you think you're under my control because
No.
of your power. I'm just doing it just because, like, I don't know. I'm just fucking doing it. I don't know. Why not? Like, it could be the opposite. It's up to you. Really, it's
I
up
look
to
at it
me.
as as you
Whatever the fuck
expressing
that means.
compassion for your fellow man. That that means
That's how
being
I
in
see it. It's
service.
like I want to see. Yeah, I want to be in service. Right? So,
Yeah, and I appreciate that applied energy. And I definitely understand that I'm going to need probably some strength.
well, I gave
And
it.
I appreciate.
Trust me, I gave it the maximum fucking shit. Like I can't even talk about it on here. You already know, but I gave it the maximum, ultimate power. So if it doesn't work, then might as well fucking get rid of me too at the same time. 'Cause I'm telling you, yeah, I'm not even joking. That's how confident I'm in. Not that it would matter to me either way, but it's fine.
Well, I appreciate that, Gage. I do, and you know that I appreciate you. And we've had quite the ups and downs throughout the endeavors we've embarked on. But this is a personal journey, you know.
That's a funny thing too, and
And
then people are so quick. They're so quick to fucking lose their shit, and they really have no loyalty. They have no fucking. Really, they don't give a fuck unless you just tell them what the fuck they want to hear. You know what I mean? Very odd.
it's a
It's fine.
stimulus to spark emotion if they allow it. That's why I'm staying in kind of a cerebral, indifferent state so that I can read the energy, so that I can feel the energy around me. And when you're projecting or receiving, you're not always completely in tune because you're transferring and transitioning
Like for
energy.
example, Access. You could be like, go fuck yourself, Cage. Don't ever come back. Da da da. I don't want to hear you. Go fuck. You're an idiot, goof. Whatever. Come wherever the fuck or do whatever. I'll still put the same fucking energy onto you, regardless. You understand? I don't care if it's a
Yeah,
praise or
I
the
don't.
opposite or any of that. That's all it is.
I don't expect anything less, Cage. I mean, there's even if you, there's no reason. What benefit does it play to get upset with you? I mean, we're indifferent on certain things, and that's fine. We can be indifferent and have different perspectives, But in the end, Gage, I'm still your friend, man. I mean no harm to you, and I do appreciate
Like,
the effort that you put forth.
how do I become your enemy then? How do I do that?
You're, that would be very difficult. I would have to choose to make you my enemy.
A special project.
Um, I don't think I would, Gage. I really don't think that I would choose to have you as an enemy
How do
at
I
all.
force you to make it happen?
Gage, I wouldn't apply energy to it. I would just remove it like a tumor or a cancer or a malice
Just
code in a
cut it
system.
out of there. Right.
Correct the code or delete it so that the system operates and it has a synchronicity to it, form and function. Most people don't understand exactly how to work the mechanics of this particular environment we're in. And I'm talking even your localized environment, what you can see, feel, taste, touch, smell. Yeah, you can affect that
Mm.
very easily. And you can also analyze. You can retain the transmission and the receiving of information and become indifferent
Yeah.
and feel the energy,
Well,
read the air.
the simple answer is if somebody read the air, read all that. That's exactly what I was thinking. Because, it's like if you don't have that propensity in you to really want to, no matter who you know, then it's not there. And, people know that. It's not in the air, if you want to call it that. So that's not in the air. That's why you're not responding to it. Let's say I had malintentions with you. and all that.
Okay.
As malicious, malintention, whatever. You would pick that up in the air, whatever you want to call it, very quickly, and you'd move accordingly. Right? You'd see if it's benign or malicious, and either way, you may have to cut it out. But at
Well,
least it's
until
not going to
that
spread
point,
within. It's not going to hit your bones and shit. So
until that point, all I can do is what I do, you know, and I can't allow anybody else's negativity to send me into a spiral because I've got to stay focused. And I've got to be aware, consciously aware of the energies that are around me, what's trying to feed through me or trying to manipulate my course and direction, and take over the mastery of my own ship or biological machine, and sail within the storm, knowing that it's my vessel. And even though the weather may be in a constant state of change and ebb and flow, I will ride the storm out. Yes, Maggot, I agree. The devil, or whatever you want to apply energy to, Satan or evil, um, does have a mechanism to it. It's almost a never-ending consumption of energy, and it doesn't ever get enough. Not from my perspective. But then we know that even within this particular state, if you consume too much and you become jaded and bitter, you will consume yourself.
So what is it? What's the devil exactly? What does that mean to you?
It's just incoherent information.
It's
It's
a
just
term that people
inflation.
use, right? So it's just what is it?
Yeah,
Background
it's
noise or
just
something?
it's just a particular spectrum. You have coherency. Those things that work with
Oh,
you in
sorry,
synchronicity.
Access. I'm not too coherent. No, what was that over there, Access? Is that a bird chirping in the corner? Look at that. I mean, what we got
It's not in
ADD
my
or some shit?
localized environment. I couldn't tell you. I can tell you about my localized environment
Look at the window.
indifferently. Yeah, I don't have a window available to me, but would you like for me to get up and go look out the window?
I'm sure you have windows around you.
Yeah, they're all got black curtains on them. Would you like to see?
Is the computer you're using running off Windows?
I block out any type of sunlight. I sleep odd hours.
How about the computer you're using on the screen that's being portrayed? And when you mess with the frequencies, are you using Windows on a Windows operating system? Are you using Linux? What are you using?
I'm operating off of a Windows-based platform
Yeah,
as
I
a
know. So
subdirectory.
look at the windows. Look at the screen, man. Come on.
Yeah, there's four of them in front of me. But the particular
There you go. See?
the particular platform that I run the frequencies through um, isn't a Windows-based operating system whenever I'm using a mobile device. That is a completely different um, source code. It's completely different. Though it's based on the same ideal concept and model of what you consider Windows and how you interface with it, it's actually a little different. And you have to adjust for that.
Yes, sir. Michigan is saying, "Have you seen me in your dreams yet, Cage?" Actually, yes, I have. You don't remember the last since we brought that topic up. What happened last time? Why don't you add another comment to it? Because this is a second time he's mentioned this comment here, or put the exact same comment in. What happened last time? Again, people get super deep. Now we're gonna go into dreams and shit.
Do you sleep during the day, Maggot?
Hopefully.
Yeah, I'm generally uh, up in the what I call my daytime would be the middle of the night for general population. But
I'm on their
those are
fucking
better.
24-hour clock and shit. I make my own clock. You know what I mean? I'll put you on my
Right. That's
clock and
why
I'll play around.
I have to black out my windows so I can get sleep. Otherwise, the sun just beams through this place,
You're allergic to
and
the sun or something, bro? You gotta sleep with it. When you make your bed, you gotta lay in it, including the sun. It'll blanket you.
I spent a long time out in the sun, Cage. I spent 3 years with the sun beating down on me, other than the time that I spent in the camper on the truck. And even in the middle of the desert, when it was 115 degrees, I still endured it.
Yeah,
So
after
I know
that, you
what the
might
sun
say,
is
okay,
about.
so now you just want to chill. I know what you mean.
Yeah,
It is pretty imposing.
yeah, I've experienced it. I have felt it at an increased temperature and height, thus the Arizona desert, at 7,000 foot elevation. So, it's just an experience, man. And I choose to work at night because I find it to be calmer, more productive. There's a lot less energy flying around,
It's
and the
quieter.
signals are,
There's less.
yeah,
There's less. It's like this. Like if you look at it like a radio system, right? Like a basic radio system, which the human mind was created up, was based off. The human mind was great, but was used to be based off the fucking first radio, technically. And think about it. If you have more noise in the system, it's harder to pick up certain channels in that whenever you're trying to. Right.
well, I was in,
So wherever you're at, if people are sleeping and they're going into REM sleep, which has to do with electromagnetic fields, that's where the download and uploads apparently happen. Apparently, what these people are saying here, they're wrenching and that, which is not, it's not like publicly known information, but you can look into it. It is, it's like everything's there. Well, how the fuck do you even get there? You know, like,
whoa,
there's nothing that's
gargoyle
being
mode.
hidden.
Nothing that can't be revealed.
Yeah, it's all there. If you really want to look into it.
Potential for understanding is always uh, always available, persistently available. It's whether you endeavor upon it or not. And the
Yeah.
few that do seem to have a higher conscious awareness of their environment, man. You know, that's why the minute you apply emotion or you apply energy to any situation, you're going to find that because of what you endeavored in, you may get pushback. And that's okay. Just be like the air, man. You know, the harder the punch, the less they hit.
It's like common like
Uh,
throwing something, right? If you throw something heavy enough, you know, a bunch of times, and that it starts hurting your shoulder or your arm, or like what are you throwing it at? Really, what are you trying to hit? Even if you hit it, you can go through the fucking air too. You can use the air.
I find people that, especially since, I don't know, Gage, I've reached a point of um, understanding about myself because I'm facing one of the greatest challenges as a dad that anyone could ever possibly understand, besides death. And
I couldn't try sitting here and telling you that, or standing here and telling you that I could. I do understand it in a way, but not. You can never understand anybody's thing, right? I'm sure many people have been through what you. For example, like where I grew up at, this is a very normal thing. This happens like all the time, even younger. And when even younger, so you even feel worse because the kid's not even a grown adult and he's doing crazy shit. Now you feel like even like you fucked up even worse. You know what I mean? But he's a grown man, which is none of your fucking fault. You know what I mean? You did the best you could. You probably were a better dad than most.
I'll
So
tell you what, no matter the situation,
yeah,
it's blood of my blood, flesh of my flesh, and that would be like turning my back on myself. So I have to,
yeah,
as a
yeah.
dad,
Yeah.
exercise unconditional love.
Yeah, so exactly. And I'm saying like no one knows that people can judge what you don't know what they're doing or what's going on unless you can't walk in another man's or a man or woman's shoes or anything like that. Everyone has their own individual experience, you know, and you can't really
Yeah,
think you can know unless you actually dealt with it yourself, which you can't because you're not that. Um, it's like a dream, right? Like, there's a bunch of different dream characters and that all having their own crazy nightmare or dream or experience, whatever the fuck. You don't fucking know what you're interacting with, really. You can't. Everyone has their own individualized experience.
but you can
Even if you went
influence.
through a very similar thing, it's different. You know,
You can influence your local environment, and you can read it, and you can
Mm.
also project, into the field or the ether of possibility and manifest, um, you know, something bad, maybe bring it into existence. But at the moment,
You
I have to keep my localized environment at least somewhat, unbiased, indifferent.
No, you fucked up being on YouTube in the first place. Well, not really, because this is a place that you socialize with certain people. I know it's a bunch of nonsense, which you get kind of worked up on. Everyone does. It's like, oh, you want to take out, you can do. You want to take out that energy and, deal with it. For anyone who gives you the excuse. In a way, we've been through this already. We've been talking about this lately.
Oh
And
yeah, this is.
yeah, it's like
Go ahead.
walking on the street and I'm gonna show people what I have and like, oh, just look at me, like a weak target or not even that. It's like, oh, just one guy there. You know what I mean? Like, oh, we can use weapons and have a bunch of people go and try doing something, and all of a sudden, like, you're ready to obliterate, fucking eviscerate everybody, in your path, really, and you're just like you're like putting yourself in a situation just to use it, just to fucking, and then like like, yeah, I don't know, it's just test it out. It's like some sort of boredom. I don't know what the fuck it is.
I think that it is a challenge. I think it is a kind of a universal test, an endurance test of not only love but faith and being able to express that unconditionally in a situation that the energies are fluctuating in such a way that they seem overwhelming. So I'm not going to feed it. You know, here on YouTube,
So it's like
um,
feeding a fire, right? Like if you've had a fire for a long time, it's blazing, it's going through your entire life, the eternal flame. Like you could eventually, not in that sense, but yeah, you could just stop feeding it and just let it die out. Or is that a?
see, I'm obligated by love,
Throw water on it
and
or something.
you know, that's the commitment I made when I endeavored into having a child. You know, I may not agree with everything that my children do, but it doesn't mean I don't love them. You know, if I didn't keep that comprehension and that state of mind, you know, what kind of father am I then,
Yeah,
or
yeah. Says the
dad?
guy. See, this is what I mean. Because this is how I know you're a real fucking person. Like you're a real man. You're a real good father and all that. You're not like an evil fucking person and you try to. But it's funny because remember last time you're saying, "Oh, if I tell people I'm evil, that's all they expect of me, so I don't have to live up to any of their expectations and all this fucking retarded program shit that in their mind." It's just kind of funny, but you're the opposite of that. You know what I mean? Look
That's
how
your
you're talking.
observation.
That's my
I
observation. I know. I wouldn't be here fucking talking to you if I didn't think that, in a way.
I appreciate that, Case. I appreciate that
You are, man. Like
perspective.
I said, I'm like, I would love to have a family, you being part of the family, and if I have family like Access and a bunch of other people I met on here, like Dom, Access, Don, um, Charles, a bunch of people, the list goes on and on. A bunch of great people out here, people get caught up,
Yeah,
whatever, but fundamentally, that's what I see. I mean, there is something great here, and there is like a benefit, utility, whatever you want to call
the guests that I've had and the people that are in my chat, man, have been endeavoringly beautiful. It's been a peaceful exchange. It's been a mutual exchange, and even with you, Cage, that New Year's show went over really well. Um,
it.
I
Sometimes I
enjoyed
gotta
that time.
press you a bit back, though. I have to do it. Just I can't just be one of these people that go everything I say. It's not going to go smoothly. It's not how life works. Okay, you know what I mean. There's some sort of bonus which can be utilized in the right way. I'm going to tell you what you want to hear. You know, because I don't think that'd be a real thing to do. Or like
No,
I'd be like that's
no,
kind of manipulating somebody if you just agree with whatever the fuck they say and move along. Some people can't handle
no.
that. All of a sudden, it's very odd.
I try and stay within the realm of fact-based information that I can definitely prove or that can be proven to me.
Well, most people
Everything
aren't
else
having a
is
conversation about information. They're caught up in their energy, emotion, whatever you want to call it. You're not
right.
thinking about logic. Most people aren't in logic, really, at all. It's just whatever the fuck makes them feel alright for that day until they get directly affected by some shit they don't understand. And they're like, it's fucking retarded. I'm telling you. To be completely honest with you. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Most are reactionary. They've been programmed. They set up protocols. Um, they resist certain types of information. Um,
You think
non-receptive,
you think you're programmed at
aggressive.
all, Rattblood, or no?
Yeah, yeah. I'm just relaying information.
Same.
That's
I
all I
am
am. It's a
too.
conduit.
There you go. If you said no, it wasn't, I'd be like, okay, this guy's fucking programmed. But the fact that you said you were, and I am too, means that you're probably not that programmed. You know what I mean? We have the sense to know that something's going on there. I'm programmed. Everyone's fucking programmed right now. But the
Yeah.
difference is, are you going to program yourself, or are you going to let external forces deal with that for you? You know,
Well,
that's the whole
I
thing.
think
Taking
that.
control of your mind, subconscious, all that.
Yeah, I think that it's an introspective journey as well as it is an external journey. And I think that you are capable of mastering your machine, your biological body. And once you obtain a certain level of control over your emotions and your state of being, then you develop a maturity with it, and you understand that children throw fits, adults solve problems.
What, a temper tantrum?
Yeah, I've seen grown men weeping on panels and gnashing of teeth, wailings. Yes, I have seen anger cross the cyber seas.
Oh,
But
fuck. Hopefully I don't. Have you parted the Red Sea yet, Axis?
no, I haven't quite obtained that type of enlightenment yet.
Not yet. Maybe on maybe tomorrow. Who knows?
You never know, man. Could be a frequency from the eclipse and the comet, and the planets line up, and suddenly, boom, there I
I
am.
am the frequency. You want to hear the cage frequency? Listen carefully.
Wonderful.
I like that one, no?
Hmm. Makes sense. Makes perfect sense. You know, Cage, when you reach a certain potential of retrievable information, and you're dealing with people that don't have a concept or clue of the information that you're capable of retrieving, they feel most of the time inferior, threatened, or envious, and you have to deal with that. I mean, it's a cerebral interaction that we're dealing with here on this platform, completely mind. And those with a sharper mind and more resourceful, retrievable information are probably going to do better than
Axis,
those
I
that.
promise. I promise I don't have leprosy. Okay.
Well, Gage, I'm not sure that I'm qualified to remove that type of information, leprosy. But you know, the dirty shit mouth, I've got a way to deal with that. You know, I've acquired those tools and resources of information that I can acquire. But it's just wasted energy, man. You know, I'm not going to participate anymore. I'm done. You know, I tried to teach people, gave the information. It's not so much teaching as I just put information out there
But
on
isn't
how
that isn't that
to.
what the construct wants you to do? It's like this is. I know exactly what you're saying. Like I kind of I think a lot in the same way as I've started. I only show up in certain times and plant seeds whatever. But in a way, isn't it? It's like, oh, they want you to give up, right? It's like, oh, you just give up, give it up, and then what? No one's gonna carry that flame, the inner flame, the torch of initiation, whatever. The inner. To spread it, which you can't really give it to anybody. It has to be sparked within, regardless. But
Yeah, you definitely
so
have to
either
build a
way,
chain.
I don't give a fuck what's gonna happen. I'm gonna continue doing what I am and being who I am and doing what I do, no matter what. You know. So,
I would expect no less.
and I
I
don't
think
care
that
if I don't get any
everybody.
reward or nothing changes at that moment in time. But, everything happens in due time. I'll play with their fucking hexagon, hexagram, fucking time, Saturn, all that. It's fun. Yeah, you think?
That's just
Yeah, it's
another
hilarious,
form
isn't
of.
it?
It's just another form of energy. You know, it's the masculine and the feminine, and a state of either turmoil or synchronicity, and the cycler system of its nature. And it's definitely written into this environment, the constant, and us. And I don't think that we are capable of turning that particular tide back. It's something that's going to have to be rode out because we are affected by the energies around us, and we're water, you know, we're mostly water. So knowing that the tide is pulled by the moon, which is an observable state, I know that I'm affected by it. And I know that when these luminaries are starting to line up, I can observe the heightened sense of awareness,
Should I eclipse the
sunshine.
lights or something for the plants to coincide with nature?
Well,
Should
I
I
think
turn the
it's
lights
taking
up?
its own. I think it's doing its own thing without
I
us.
don't think the plants give a fuck about your eclipse at all. That's what I'm saying. Should I like
No,
eclipse the light? Should I put like the hand in front of the light like that, and then you know
you're
block
just
nature or something? There you go.
you're just
We've eclipsed it with the fucking dirty cage hand.
well. I think the constant is something that is just set in motion by something that we don't comprehend, and we have to deal with it. It's what you choose to do, how you apply yourself, you know, and whenever you got a chance and you can find the time to share information or receive information and a synchronicity of exchange, I'm all about it, man. The more I learn, the more I understand, the more I endeavor. But I can't be around decoherency and
I know.
and
But
try
if
and
you went into it, access, you know, like we bring up any subject, I guarantee I can give you a good conversation about it. Like, you know, if you want to go deep, any sort of hmm, anything really, just bring it up. Like, what do you want
I've
to
been
talk about,
working
really?
I've been working on um, hyperdimensional mathematics, and this is kind of a new study for me
Or is
because
that like the
I was
the vortex mathematics, but like Tesla type? You know, the vortex
yeah,
math with the 369, and
it's along that line. Yeah, um,
mm,
hyperdimensional mathematics is whenever something is built, which I do have links to now, like the Great Pyramid. Within that structure of the Great Pyramid, which the human eye can't receive, is infinite numbers. It has pi constant in its measurements, and behind that there is more equations, and those equations are hyper equations of math, almost a quantum state of math.
and it's funny how
But
they
as
all go back to nine. Really, if you reduce them, right, back to the nine.
um,
That's what I've noticed looking into it.
I'm not sure about what it resorts to necessarily in a single number, but
Reduces to it, right? Like if you add the numbers up and reduce it to a single number, it usually ends up at nine or three or six. Usually,
right,
if you
generally
go into
when you
the
do those equations. But I'm looking at actually symbology. These are geometric designs. Um, Within the Great
yeah.
Pyramid, there are unseen mathematical equations of absolute perfect proportion that can't be seen. And that was the beginning of my journey. And I started examining my localized environment to see how that type of hyper mathematics works, and it's applicable. It seems to be a code that's underneath the observable code that we work around in. And I'm endeavoring into that, man. I find that so fascinating that, it's kind of like there's information that until you obtain a certain understanding of geometry and mathematics that you don't see it until you kind of start studying and retrieving information about it. So on the on the ninth, yeah, uh, I'm not sure why they call it a maggot. Why they called out the National Guard, shut the schools down, but yet all the state offices and federal offices too, except no, they're open too. Yeah, they're open. They're doing business. So more power to them, I suppose.
Business as usual, you know. I wonder if the cores are operating.
Yeah, I I was hoping that my to be able to look at something and have the ability to kind of see the mathematics within the mathematics. You know, the vortex state of mathematics and the type of geometry that it comes up with, because it's a little more profound than just the basic uh, design of divine proportion. And it coincides with it, but it particularly resonates behind, under the senses, or above and beyond our senses. But it's not within the visual range. It's all cerebral at this point. And I was just absolutely intrigued, man. I had to take it even further. You
That's
know, I
definitely
wanted to
an
be able
interesting
to,
subject, you know.
yeah. It means that apparently somewhere along the lines, uh, some something, some species was quite capable of achieving states of mathematical equations and the derivatives of possibility and the circular nature of a constant such as pi, which is infinite, just blows my mind, you know? Um, where did they retrieve that information from? Where did they get it? You know? Or was it applied, you know, to this equation by something else? I'm not sure. I just know that it's it's just hellishly fucking obvious that we're not using it today. Um, not in the same way they did. You know, our buildings crumble and return to dust pretty
It's
quick.
all done by design, though, right? So and then you can just get a new contractor in their company to rebuild. Right?
That's what it seems like. Um, I don't know where the information got skewed, but somewhere along the lines, the general um, contractors don't necessarily use that particular mathematics and architecture. And I think it's that mathematics and that unseen hyperdimensional mathematics that helps keep that structure, thus the pyramid, standing as long as it has. You know, I think it has a mathematical um, code written within it, which keeps it resilient for what's it been now. I mean, since the discovery of you know the Giza Plateau. I mean, it's amazing. I'd like to be able to utilize it. Uh, oh, arrested maggot, arrested on Easter. Yeah, seems so. Yeah, we're all getting whacked. Damn, man. Right. You know, it seems that they designed everything in the nature of a disposable way by design, where it seems that
It's
the
both to
lineage of
break down. So you need. It's kind of like Hegelian dialectic or whatever.
yeah, it seems like whatever has been built with this what they call this last industrial revolution, um, things weren't built to last. You know, they were built to
Uh,
withstand,
I'm gonna lose
but
connection
not.
for like 2 minutes. I'm listening access, but yeah, see me in the
Yeah.
backstage in a couple of minutes here. But I'm listening. I might
Oh,
lose connection, I may not, but I'm gonna be muted. But continue. So it's built to last. What were you saying?
well,
Built not to last. Yeah.
it has to do with our architecture. It seems that we built our architecture to withstand, but not to endure. So I think it was maybe potentially by lack of knowledge or lack of applied design that they definitely have an awareness of it because it was written within the structures that existed before we were here. So why they stopped using it, I'm really not sure. But I think it's a good endeavor. I think anything that expands, and broadens your perspective and becomes retrievable information is useful. It's just, maybe it's not applied at a certain point in time. But I'm watching a I'm watching a disposable society um, kind of consuming itself, and I'm trying to break it down into some type of equation that makes logical sense. And I tell you, if an equation that doesn't add up equals evil, demon, or Satan, um, then yeah, well, I think we're dealing within the realms of that type of mathematics. But that's just a perspective. I don't think anything was built to last, especially through this journey of ours as a species. And change is inevitable. I know that, and I know that with this coming event, I've watched how the energy has fluctuated in people, and I've watched them reactionary, some caution, some hope, some potential disillusion. There's some people it could be a complete revelation, but it's just a perspective that you're going to apply energy to. It's going to do what it's going to do, and it's probably not going to truly affect the sheeple. And if it does, then it's probably because they've introduced themselves into something that wasn't beneficial to them by voluntary consent or manipulated consent. And we have to endure. It's a changing of the masculine and the feminine, and we are in a situation that is going to be prevalent. Then roll with it. You know, maybe this time you can find a synchronicity with the change instead of being inharmonious to it. And not that it doesn't have a place to be inharmonious, but you've got to pay attention to what's above you and then recognize what's below you and then cause and effect. So, I guess we can't let a good event go to waste. And apparently, that's the objective. So, I'm not sure exactly what is going to be the final outcome, but I don't see any type of doomsday prophecy coming to fruition. Maybe a change of frequency, change of atmospheric energy, change of directive within the system, then the constant, the persistent, and it rolls on indifferently. So there's not a lot that you can do to change cycler nature of the is, that which is. I had an interesting Charles, cool. What? Of course. It's going to be somewhat cloudy tomorrow during eclipse. Okay. Yeah. And man, if you can get any good pictures of that, I'm going to try to maybe, I don't know. You use pictures quite a bit, Charles. I use them for clips, and I was thinking I was going to put something together, throw some music to it, and see what happens. But in this part of Indiana that it's going over there'll be a couple slightly cloudy according to them, but it will be observable, and I'm excited about getting pictures. Yeah, absolutely, Charles. Love to have you. Love to have you. Yeah, the link down there to you. Appreciate you coming, Charles. Okay. Well, behave. I'm trying to get this here. Got a broken screen, so the touch on it is a little non-sensitive. There we go. Absolutely. Awesome.
Yeah, I'm back.
Welcome back. Yes, welcome back.
Thank you, bro.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think
Oh, I
Charles
forgot the
is
ring.
going
We
to
might as
come
well
up.
put that back on. I'm on road now, Axis.
Yeah, it sounds like a turning signal, man.
Yeah, we're making a left or a right. What do you think?
I say the potential should lie within a quantum state of reason, and we're going to go left.
There you go. And then after that, which way do we go? Another left or a right? We're gonna go in circles or start looping?
Oh, well, you know better than that.
You see me right after that. Correct. Well done.
Yeah, I'm waiting for Charles to. He said he wanted the link, and I dropped it down there for him.
He'll be here. He's wandering around.
Oh, I'm sure he's a sponge. That guy, I'm telling you,
He's
man.
a wandering warrior. I mean,
Yeah, he absorbs information like a sponge.
I know he's a.
I'm not sure what he does with it, but he does absorb it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I enjoy what Charles has to offer. I enjoy his platform too. I think that the small community that we are, that are seeking information and resources, um, are they're amazing people. A lot of amazing people in it.
Yeah. We got the early rides. We got motherfuckers out here running, a bunch of people running and biking out here. There you
Oh
go.
man!
The sun's coming up.
Wow.
Some people out here getting it. Fucking.
Yeah, I couldn't find sleep. Just couldn't find it. So I figure once the sun comes up,
Oh, the sun's beautiful right now. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you what I'm looking at when I pull up over here. I'm gonna mute up after.
love to see it.
Oh, it's nice.
A
It's
rare
definitely
glimpse
prepping
into
itself.
the eyes of cage reality.
When I get back, I'll show you something. Remember you do the model things and all that you were saying?
Yeah,
You know
yeah.
that?
Well, I've showed them to you. I've got videos on them.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
absolutely.
I went to this car, and I swear it was like Access's car that he somehow like doppelganged into reality. You know what I mean? It was somebody on their dashboard of their car. They had like the most complex fucking thing ever. They had like a whole universe. I swear, I took a picture of it. I took a video of it. I mean, when I walked up on it after, I'm
Cool.
like, this shit is awesome. Yeah, I'll play that after. I put it as a short, but a private. It's a private video. I'll show you it though. It's funny as fuck.
Awesome. How
Wait,
you
let me
doing
show you
today,
the sun
Charles?
right now. I'll show you the
All
sun.
right.
Bro.
Oh,
I'll get coffee.
He's littering.
what was that? Wow, man, got some decoherency going on. But I
I'll
didn't
get
catch what
coffee.
you. I'm having difficulty hearing you, Charles.
Can you full
Why you
screen
can't
me,
hear?
Access?
Yeah, full screen you. Not a problem.
Yeah, if I take pictures, I'm gonna try to go live tomorrow during the eclipse. Hopefully it's clear. It's always cloudy here. It's always spraying. They're
Well,
really spraying us like roaches in Connecticut.
damn.
Like right now, it's cloudy.
I just tapped. Well, where's that at, Cage?
I'll
Oh, the
pull up
wrong
right now.
damn phone.
The sun's crazy right now, man. It's like crazy bright. You know what I mean? It's like it's preparing.
It's
Oh, I appreciate the
gonna
glimpse.
have sex with the moon, and then it's gonna create a new star.
Is that
Hold on,
what
let
you
me show
think?
you. I'm gonna walk up to the fence and shit just for you.
Hold on.
The sun and moon.
Let me try and get you full screen, Cage.
Yeah, just gotta
That's
click my
the
avatar and then hit full screen. I'll
Yeah,
show you the fucking sun right now. Okay, yeah.
yeah.
Shit's bright.
Um,
It's unnaturally bright right now. I'm telling you.
I was just coming over the horizon here.
Yeah, it's super. There you go.
hold on. There you go.
Beyond the cage. Hold on, beyond the cage. We have to go beyond the cage here, right?
Oh, just pull this way. What's today?
It does not do it
Wow.
justice. It doesn't do it justice at all. This shit is so bright you can't even look at it. I'm telling you. The fuck is that shit flying? You see that shit flying in the background?
Damn.
What
That's
is that?
clear. Guy's got no clouds. I'm jealous. Compared to me,
I
Yeah,
know that's
I
a
it
also
looks like
got.
it's gonna be nice and clear. You know
Look
what I
at
mean?
my horizon.
yeah. Hold on, Charles. I
It's
gotta.
like,
There's not a cloud in the sky right now anywhere. The fuck?
yeah, well, you're blessed by the gods of the sky trying to get on this bus.
Okay.
I don't know what the hell
Take
these
it on
people are
full
doing.
screen, me access. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
that's what
mute up.
I'm getting ready to
I'm going
do.
in there quick.
trying to smoke a cigarette, drink a coffee, hold the phone.
Hold on. Let me get this set. Sorry, Charles. Been having problems with sleep, and I've got a little bit of a difficulty with my technology.
Put my coffee down.
Yeah, the screen, man, is busted. Are you still with us, Charles?
Yeah.
Because you're kind of hard to hear.
Because I got a hood on.
Okay.
And
yeah.
It's cold out.
Right. I noticed. Go ahead, man.
Winter just won't leave.
It seems to be hanging on a little bit around here too. You know, it'll get warm for 3 or 4 days, and then it seems like it's just a cold front will come through out of nowhere. We've been experiencing extremes in the weather. So, you know, I don't think it's a natural type of weather that was built into the cycle of things. I think this is an induced type of weather that is constructed by the hand of man.
Yeah, they've been controlling the weather for a long time.
Yeah, I can't prove it though. I can only, you know, give you the information on things like HARP and weather modification and, you know, cloud seeding. But as far as proving it, no, I can't prove it. I can only observe the skies when they fly over them and how it affects them. It is. When they fly over anymore, they saturate the entire sky now. And I was remembering back when I was younger, and I was like, man, you know, this time of year, the skies were always clear after winter, and you go into the rain season. And it's a little cloudy then on certain days. It's still nothing like this, man. I mean, this sky is saturated. You're right.
No, just sit down. When you said Cage was going left, that was my first. When he said, well, guess which way I'm going, I said left.
Yeah, he likes to test my awareness every once in a while. And I appreciate it. I had no problem with it. You keep breaking up on us, Charles. You not got a solid signal? Okay. Yeah, you keep breaking up, man.
That's weird.
Well,
maybe because I'm
a little better now. No. Just lost you.
Probably the bus I'm on.
Yeah. Are you running under bridges and shit like that? Well, Charles was, and then Charles was not.
I found out what it was. I had the settings on default instead of headset.
Yeah, I'd say we weren't catching anything that you were saying in a solid exchange. It was like dropping.
I had the settings wrong. I figured it out.
Okay, what do you do when you poke around in the morning like this, Charles?
I go into the city. I do my exercise to the bigger part of the city. I'm taking pictures of all them old photos. I'm trying to line up today's pictures and make a video of pictures showing the Hartford in the 1800s and today's pictures to show how much it changed. To see what buildings are missing. It's a headache.
Yeah, I like some of the images, man, that you pull up. It's kind of a rare occasion that you get to see those images. I don't usually run into places where I can download images much unless I'm looking for a specified image. You going live today?
Yeah, I'm gonna go live in maybe an hour and a half.
Good
maybe
deal.
2 hours.
Good deal. Did Dom show up yesterday?
Yeah, he came by for an hour.
I thought I seen him when I was looking through your stream. I left you keeping it real, man. Moseyed on my way. We got Cage back. Absolutely. How has your chat and your panels demeanor been lately, Charles?
I don't know.
Has it been turbulent?
It's picking up. It's like a roller coaster, man. It's up and down.
Okay. I wasn't sure because I've watched certain. Wow. Okay. I've watched certain people displaying kind of more aggressive and hostile thing with information exchange, and I've seen others who are starting to become more peaceful and more laid back and relaxed. Man, I'm like, wow. But to tell them that it's happening to them, they probably don't even know that it's happening to them. But it is obvious. So.
But doesn't this happen all the time, though, Axis, right?
Yeah, there's a moon. That's what I was saying.
It always
it's observed. Yeah, it's observable through the moon. Every 28 days, and whenever that moon is in a certain place in a certain state, it has a certain energy and a certain pull. So got to be expected. I'm sure the energy is either aggravating to the system, which is your biological machine, or they've distorted how we're receiving information and frequencies and energy from the eclipse, and they're kind of muddying that frequency or that energy that it's giving off.
Yeah, all I know is I'm going into the garage. I might lose connection here for a minute.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, it's kind of interesting to watch certain people who are easily influenced, and the reactionary state here lately has just been to the extreme, either one way or the other. I figure they're just riding the tide. Do I have the? Oh, okay. That's from a minute ago. So, what got you interested in doing these architecture pictures and geometry designs? You study that?
So, yeah, I look into it. It's gonna be a little loud, dude. That's a fucking heat blast on the bus.
Wow.
Yeah.
For real.
You can hear it? He's got the heat blast.
Pretty intense, man.
But yeah, I studied the architecture, the angles. It seems that the old architecture they had to have machine technology. There's no way they were handcrafting a lot of this stuff.
It's so fascinating to look at it because you can almost read it if you understand geometry. And that's why I was, as far as hyper dimensional mathematics, because there's so much written within the design of, I guess, older structures that have endured throughout the years. Modern day uh, disposable society, I don't think they take any type of architectural design other than the right angle, and that's it. Kind of square and bland. I think they potentially had more pride in their work, or at least their craftsmanship was displayed in a much better way than we are today.
It gives you a better attitude too. When you look at this architecture, it puts you in a better mind state than looking at today's architecture. It's so bland. It's like a prison aspect of architecture today.
Yeah, it's
Pretty lame.
definitely not. It's not as eye catching as the more antique type of architecture. There's nothing to read on these new structures. Kind of bland and boring. But that may be the state of our future. Nugget says, I got some handmade molds and machine-made molds. Cool. What medium are you working with, Maggot? I had a mother-in-law that had a kiln, and she was firing ceramics in it, and that was awesome to be able to play with that. I had a house full of ships that I'd painted and put on the mantles and places. Just kind of curious as to what medium that Maggot is using. I think I'm going to potentially endeavor into a 3D printer, man. I think that if it operates anything like CAD, then I can put geometric shapes within whatever I print out. And I think that'd be pretty cool. Have shit like that painted up real nice. Or even apply it to certain things that I endeavor in, like the miniatures. I think it'd save a lot of money, a lot of hassle. Yeah. Machine-made molds will make 100 molds, then it is worn out. And then Maggot says, handmade molds will go forever. Yeah, I believe that. I've lost my mind. Is that what you're working with? Are you making the little cemented statues? Wow, Charles.
This is the oldest train track all along this route. These are my old factories.
Let's get another look at that, man. We're going to put you full screen.
Hold on, we're pulling into a stop.
69.
Wow.
Hold on.
Oh, man.
Hold on. We'll be pulling off. It's just a stop. Hold on. Alright. It's all these old factories here coming up. It's all
I'm getting ready to put you up. Oh, son of a bitch. Broken screen. I won't use this one again. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, clouds.
I'm
Yeah,
getting
there's a bit of
there.
clouds out there. I could see the sun poking out of there, though.
Why is he? There we go. Yeah, that's kind of a dirty sky, man. You wouldn't be able to see too much through that. You live in a fucking industrial area, so
Yeah.
is that? Or, okay,
Coleman,
I didn't
you
know.
know,
But
it's like a ghost
yeah,
town now.
right. Man,
Connecticut was, you know, cities of the world. Now it's nothing. All the jobs are overseas. Yeah,
it's flat.
America.
There's no hills,
Yeah, there is. But
no mountains.
yeah, the mountains over there. About over here.
Okay, good deal. At least you got something to go to and venture to or spend time in.
Yeah, like the public transit doesn't seem too bad over there. Over here, it's fucked. You know what I mean? You're gonna see a bunch of people ODing off fentanyl, smoking crack right in front of your face on the damn train or something. It's like New York, kind of.
Yeah, that's how it is
Yeah,
here.
I remember driving through a couple states like that. Man, I was just miserably bored out of my mind with being able to see any scenery. It was just flat and bland. So when they say there's no room for people, I'm thinking, shit. I've been through states where they could do development and bring in incredible amounts of housing. You gave me,
Well, yeah,
you,
yeah. Over here, it's
know,
called the TTC, right? Over here, it's one of the largest transit systems in North America. I think. I think the 401 over here, the highway over here, is the busiest and biggest highway in North America. Same with the subway, I'm pretty sure, or the train or whatever the fuck you're on. You know what I mean? So over here,
right?
like people made that their home. You go over there, yeah, there's people going crazy. It's like a fucking goddamn like nightmare. You know what I mean? Like people are literally living on there sleeping. That's where they sleep and get their rest and shit.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? So there'll be
maggot.
like 10 people there. Just like
That's
the
how
whole thing
it
will
is
be like
here.
sleeping. They're all sleeping.
You're talking about bus and
I have
shit.
to
Yeah,
type it
people,
in.
they're
I
homeless and
appreciate
they
that,
sleep.
maggot.
Yeah, yeah, we give billions of dollars apparently. Again, they want people to be home. They want this shit to happen. That's the fucking sick part too.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it'd be
industrial areas.
the war on homelessness and poverty would be next.
What are you guys' thoughts on that idea of universal basic income? You know, when AI takes everyone's fucking jobs and stuff, which they're already doing. You know,
I
what do you
think
say?
that at that point, um, the ones who set the guidelines and the rules and have engineered all this will have absolute, almost complete control of the financial network. They can digitally delete you at that point in time. You may have a couple thousand, couple million, a billion, and you piss them off, and boom,
Of
they just
course.
remove your number. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. Well, that's why if you have physical gold, I have to kill you to get it. Or, you can easily hide it, bury it, whatever. But even gold, like I started collecting that shit when I was 15 troy ounces. And back then it was
right.
like 1,200 Canadian. Now it went up to it's almost like 3,200 now. Almost at 3,200 an troy ounce. Yeah.
Yeah, I know gold just took off, and it's starting to peak. Will just it will be worth it probably if we're still functional next month. I see gold going way off the chart, man.
Oh, it's gonna be 10 grand in the next like 5 to 7 years, guaranteed or more. At least 10 grand a troy ounce.
Right. Well, a lot of that, was a lot of people when they thought they were going to have to prep out, bought up a lot of gold and I imagine it's sitting in somebody's safe or closet under their bed or wherever in the hell they keep it. But I do remember that everybody was stockpiling. You know, it was that pushed the gold market, and especially now that our fiat currency, don't bear no weight against other economies. I suppose they're going to have to, kind of do something
Well, at least the
to
gold has some
change them.
sort of utility, right? It's used in electronics and stuff, motherboards, stuff like
Right.
that.
Me and Max were talking about how they digitally mine Bitcoin. I have no idea. I just know that they use server farms and they're pumping equations.
Well, it's through the blockchain. They do what it is. They have to. It's cryptography, right? It's very.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I would love to have an explanation, a full explanation. You got the stage, brother, because I'm listening.
Yeah, they have to solve a block, in the quote blockchain. The blockchain is like a bunch, like picture like bunch of different servers, like computers, and that. Like it's not running off one thing. It's running off everything, like everybody participating in it.
How's it function, Cage? What is data mining?
Pretty much data mining is like, okay, you see your megabytes per second you have on your internet.
Right.
How many gigabytes you can download or megabytes per second you can download. So there's a capability through every node. It's like a node, right? Kind of like human beings. Like, you like to know and talk. So like
right.
Infinite amounts of nodes all using their energy or power in order to solve a cryptography puzzle, in order to validate something, right? Because it's through cryptography, right? So it's hidden, right? So it can't be fucked with that easily. So, kind of hard to explain.
Yeah, it sounds like so they're solving.
And they all need a bunch of different nodes to help solve that block in the chain, right?
Right.
In order
to
validate the code of who owns what. So, like the only way you can really hack that is through quantum hacks, using a quantum computer. But even then, it'd be difficult. And now they have something called Crown Sterling, which no financial advice I've invested into, which they have patented, for the use on the blockchain quantum encryption, where even a quantum computer can't fucking solve this shit. Some very deep mathematical shit I couldn't explain, but yeah, you search up Crown Sterling.
Well, I can understand cryptology, and I can understand how that would require a lot of equation, but I'm still not. I'm thinking you don't create something out of nothing.
Well, think about money and all that. That's something out of nothing, right? So instead of having a bank account where the numbers place there, it's decentralized, where you need multiple systems, like more than millions of systems all around the world, all giving a little piece to the equation in order to solve it properly. Where like one system couldn't access it, right?
No, I don't imagine so. Not the way that it seems to operate. It requires an extreme amount of energy, and also an extreme amount of storage space.
Yeah, so that's why it's using all the individuals, these millions and billions, or probably billions of systems by now. It's using all their energy, a piece of their energy, in order to create the whole, like harvesting it anyway.
It's hard to, I don't know, maybe it's just a little beyond my scope of reasoning, but it's like when people put a dot down and declare that to be the first dimension. But
Mm.
actually, or first dimension on. But my ideal is you can't create something out of nothing. You know what created the first dimension, and then who created the second one, and how did we get to the third one? With the reactive state of the fourth dimension being implied, you know, it had to have been something beyond the first dimension to spark what we are now. And that's where I think that instead of their concept of there's nothing in the first dimension, second dimension, third dimension, I think it's on a fractal nature. I think it almost like coils to a significant point, and then it uncoils and it releases a bit of energy, and then recoils back at a certain point in subatomic nature between these dimensional levels. And I think that we are just a part of an infinite number of fractal natured equations. It's kind of gloomy to look at ourselves that way, but
Yeah.
the
So
minute
it's kind of decentralized, like multiple independent nodes, right? So it's like everyone needs to be inside of that system in order to. You can't. It's not one person saying, "Oh, this person," like one person controlling where it is. It's all public. You're able to trace and track every transaction on the blockchain. It's actually more transparent than cash or anything. Really, it's easier to trace than cash. You know.
wow, I don't know. I had a small investment in Bitcoin, but I wound up giving it to the manager where I used to do security. I don't know if he ever did anything with it, cashed it in. I just don't know. But I just handed it over to him. I didn't know that it was going to become, at that time, anything of significant value.
What was it? Bitcoin
Yeah,
or
it was
something
a
else?
couple $100. Yep. I got
Well,
to mute up for a
what
second.
year? What year was that? He probably gave him a couple $100 million after. Fuck, depending on what year. Just get enough no's in the system, you make them fucking react to it. Simple.
Uh, I'm sorry, Cage. I didn't think you wanted to hear me go to the bathroom. Now, what was you saying? Can you hear me?
Oh shit! Yeah, it's muted. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Now,
I'm
what
saying
was
it's
you saying about?
decentralized, so it doesn't need one source, right? It depends off node. It's kind of like how like human beings react. It kind of mimics how reality is configured in a way, right? Where it needs
Okay.
multiple nodes. You know.
So that's why, man, I can, I guess it's something I'd have to look into and study. Like I said, I had that Bitcoin and I gave it to the
How many
manager of where I used
bitcoins
to
was
work.
it? Do you remember how many bitcoins it was back then? And what year was it? That was the question.
It would have been about 3.5 years ago, just before I went
Ah,
out on
okay.
the road.
I was gonna
Yeah.
say, like, if it was like a 2013, like 2014, 15, I'm like, oh no.
No, this is whenever, just before I took off to become a nomad. I figured I wasn't interested in that shit. I was like, well, here's the
Yeah.
key, you know. I I would left technology behind. So I don't know what he got. I don't know what, If he made something off of it, then more power to him. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
He
like
was a pretty good guy.
how Bitcoin started was it really started off something called the Silk Road, which was like on the Tor browser. It was like an online, like eBay, Amazon kind of thing for anything you wanted. I mean, like kind of in the
Right.
drug market and that. But before that, the first guy, there's this famous story about, the guy sent somebody 10,000 Bitcoin for 2 pizzas for his family and that to eat. Just to deliver the pizza to his home. To start the currency, it
Right.
has to start with some sort of a bartering system. So back then, that was worth nothing, really. Technically, the pizza, having like a takeout order of food or something would be more valuable than that. But 10,000 Bitcoin nowadays is. Let's check the price. How much the 2 pieces were paid for back then?
My bad.
Yeah, I'd say that's definitely some.
It's almost $1 billion now. It's like 942 million point something.
Really?
These people are hustling.
Yeah.
This guy got a bag of cat stuff, and he's going around asking everyone, "You want to buy it?" These people be hustling out here. I give him credit for that. At least he's trying to get money. He's doing something. I swear, these homeless people hustle harder than some people with jobs. They be out here every day. In the cold, rain, it don't matter. They're out here getting it. And isn't that odd for people that diss homeless people? They're always out here.
Well, they've always had a homeless class. I've had some interactions with some homeless people that was less than favorable, and some of them, real cool people. Met some good people and just some low down fucking snakes. Urban survival. That's what I was intrigued. I wanted to know because you'd see the homeless during the day, and I was like, they disappear real easily towards evening or night. The ones that aren't lingering, and man, they were right under your nose. You'd never know it, but they were right there.
There you go. Here's some architecture. Here's the Masonic floor. This is the building I always talk about. With the pillar, this would be one pillar, and that's the other one over there. And the Masonic floor. See, there's the pillar. This would be Boaz or Jachin, with the moon or sun, whichever one you want to choose right there. And the other one's right there.
On the checkerboard. There you go, Charles. There you go, bud.
And then you got the build. I'm gonna go inside of here, but these are 4 pillars. I don't know. These lights are never on. But yeah, this building.
Very nice.
Made out of. I tried to find this in the 8th. I got one picture of this building. It's definitely some sort of.
Go knock 3 times on the door, Charles, if you want them to open it. And look, we got Charles right here. Charles W. something. There you go. Knock 3 times on the door.
That's my initial too.
Yeah, I know. I wonder why. Knock 3 times on the door. Knock 3 times. There you go. Do it 3 times on the other door. Someone's gonna open it up. They've opened it up even if you don't see it. Knock 3 times. Do it slowly. 1, 2, 3. Count in your head. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3. If they're knocked properly. Don't do it on camera though. They're like, this guy's filming. You can't let him in.
Yeah, right. There's nobody in there. It's a lodge though, because I see workers going there.
They're fucking in there, guaranteed.
There's always somebody in the lodge.
They're definitely partying in there.
They're watching you right now, bud. Guaranteed.
Probably. Oh yeah.
Damn.
Thinking when you mentioned how you drove all those miles?
What are you talking about? Access or me driving a bunch of miles? Oh, when I used to go
I
to
put
random places.
You said he drove miles. There was no. They don't want
yeah
to
I went
build nothing there. They could have underground facilities over there. That'd be a perfect place to put an underground facility.
Well, I knew exactly what you were thinking. I was gonna make a joke and say, yeah, they're not. They're just underground, but they're watching you. You know what I mean? They're underground, but don't worry about them. They didn't hear your knock physically.
'Cause I drove 7 hours and seeing nothing to Maine. And I drove to Maine before. I drove about not seven. I drove 7 hours, but at least 3 or 4 hours. There was nothing. And I'm thinking, like
New Mexico.
we're overpopulated.
Yeah.
No way.
Welcome to the fucking simulation, where it's a bunch of nothing. Yeah, drive away from this human farm and call cities and shit. Yeah.
Yeah, I noticed one of the most barren states that I drove through was New Mexico. You got miles, stretches forever till your next gas station or sign of civilization.
I got to go to the capital one day soon. I promised people for the last year. I've been
Bro,
promising.
I'm in
I'm like,
fucking Canada. You understand? You understand? You want to talk about being sparsely spread out? You know, Canada is a lot bigger one of the biggest land masses in the world, way bigger than the U.S., but we have a smaller population than one of your states, like California. Has a
except for
higher
the
population. Yeah, but we have a bigger land mass. You can drive over here. You know how much shit you can hide over here? Come over here, you're gonna get abducted by the aliens and shit, bro. You gotta be careful with it.
Yeah, I just seen. Oh no, that was JG. He was talking about this shoestring guy. They found him in a lake. One of the hobos. He's a YouTube hobo. They found him
Oh
dead in the
no,
lake. His name's
that's
Shoestring.
unfortunate.
Wow.
Yeah.
Where do you go on the bus, Charles, in the morning? What's that routine about?
He's getting his exercise. He said. You already answered that question. He said he's getting his exercise, right, Charles?
Yeah, and I take your pictures of. I'm going down these streets and taking pictures to line them up with the old ones.
He's getting out there. He's exploring the fucking his matrix realm or whatever the fuck he's in. We're all in it. He's exploring this fucking bubble of reality.
I'm working on a video. Yeah, you couldn't hear me.
Now I understand.
He's getting exercise, but I know what it is, Charles. I'm not gonna say it here, but I know what it is, bro.
I'd rather be out and about than in prison, so that's how I feel sometimes, like I'm in prison in my own house.
Well, I know what it is, Charles. You know, it's fine. I can put it here. I'll put it in the private chat for you, so you know I'm not joking.
Yeah, Charles, I just didn't catch that. You know, that was kind of your routine, just a thing to do, just get pictures and start a video. It makes perfect sense.
Yep.
Trying to find other street here. Some of these streets are totally different. Some streets were never there in these pictures. I'm starting to realize. It's confusing to try to find this shit up, and some of these streets never existed in the 1890s in these pictures. I'm like, there's buildings here, now they're not. All the old architecture, like you were saying. Nah, not that.
Hey.
Hopefully not.
We got Pamela's Mystical Music in here. Good morning, Pam. Good to see you.
Something like that. Probably the wrong one, but.
No, I was a long time ago, though, for a short period.
Is that where you got the habit from? You know, going to a certain place, right?
No, those things are a mistake to get on. You're better off just getting through it.
I've seen this behavior. I've seen this shit before. That's why I know.
It's just another crutch. That's all it is.
Yeah, exactly. Hopefully you can fuck off from that. If you ever, I think you already have, and I could tell because the way you're inquiring and the way you're like a sponge in a way, like what Axis was saying earlier. It's very true.
No, it's
Yeah.
cool, man. It's cool. We good.
I know about addiction, man. I see it when I see it in the streets. I know automatically when somebody's on a run or on a bad one. You could just tell.
Yeah. I've never
Addiction's
been.
not just
I've never been addicted to anything like that. Really, I'm sure I'm addicted to other things that people want to think they're addicted to, right? Even I think we all have sort of an addiction, just even being on this fucking internet thing. Like, why even here?
yeah.
You know?
It's a compulsive device. It is built in such a way that you know it's fascinating who designed this technology and the interface with it, especially
Well, it's
the
done by
smartphone.
hackers. It's done through a dopamine feedback loop validation cycle. It's perfect. It's perfectly designed. They knew this consciously, and they've admitted it. I
When
Right.
think.
you break it, why would you want to go back once you break it? Like, it's so hard to break it. When I was in prison and I broke it, I was like, I'm never going back. And I didn't last long because I started hanging out with the same people I thought I was strong enough.
See. You looked at the private chat, and now we're going into that. But what about right now? What are you doing now? You're not hanging out with them people. You're out there
Oh,
looking at the sun rising up.
you gotta
Like,
gotta unsurround yourself with. You become who you surround yourself with.
of course, right?
Oh,
Like if you show me a few people, the few many people you hang out with, I'm not talking online. I'm talking real life. I'll show you who you are, really. You are the company you keep, right? In a way.
huh.
I want to let
Yeah.
the chat know that this is the eve of the eclipse, and we're basking in the madness and energy, the insanity that it's causing, and we're enduring it, or at least trying to manage to get through it. So our composure and demeanor is probably not the best today.
I think it's pretty good. I think we should be more. I think it should be like every day. Every day it should be like the eve before the eclipse. Might as well be. Keep this energy all day, every day. For 365, 24/7.
I think I think we would all go insane. I really truly do.
How can you
Uh,
go? How could you go insane? This is amazing. I love.
Completely cerebral information that
It's too much. Well, then fuck. No, I think we get bored of it very quickly because we'd all realize that there's no point of talking. We start like lifting objects at them. We start doing telepathy and that. There would be no need for even voicing our spellings with our words and that in the quote English that we're using, whatever. Yeah, you know what I mean. We'll just automatically communicate. There's no talking anymore. It won't even be online. It'll all be done.
Put it this way. I'll just say this. I know more about addiction than people think. I just don't speak on it because
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure. I think I know that
uh,
as a possibility because I called it. I put it in the fucking private. I already told you. I know nothing about you apparently at all. I don't even know you. I could talk to you. I already know. And it has to
there ain't
do
any.
with. I'm like, unfortunately, I have a kind of a not nihilistic. I'm a very positive person, but I understand what motivates people to have a certain schedule, right? And it could be work. It has to do with something of survival and a fear-based fucking mechanism, right? So they
You
have
got to keep.
to, yeah, they get into a schedule where you feel compelled. At one point, it was because you had to go there in order to try to get in better in that, right? So
No, none of. I
yeah,
tell
so
people
it creates a cycle and it creates like
it
a
can,
schedule. There's nothing wrong with that. It could be a great thing, right? It could be something that could be
I was
utilized. I'm not
kicked
saying
out.
it's like a negative.
I was kicked out of a place because I started to tell people there, look, this place is just another crutch.
You went to the
better off.
fucking clinic, bro. Come on.
Yeah, and they
You
didn't
went to
like
some
that.
clinic and you got into it. You got into a fucking cycle of going there because you had to in your mind, for
Started to
survive
realize
and
that
the next day.
the problem solution. These people deal the drugs, and then they got the solution for you, the clinic. So they're profiting off both ends, and they're just legal drug dealers. That's all they are, and they didn't like
I
that too
don't
much.
disagree with you with that, 100%, man. Come on,
They just
pharmacopoeia.
out their clientele. They didn't like it too much.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Sam, I've noticed too. It's kind of a peculiar vibration in the air. Very peculiar.
Well, yeah.
I'm
Right
watching
now, I'm just
people
being
affected.
super. I'm being super real and not really giving a fuck. I'm just saying
No,
exactly
it's
what it is, and I'm just gonna continue to
we're,
do that even after this. Something's shifted now. I'm probably not gonna be. It probably won't last for me being online too long. If you move like that all the time, you know.
yeah.
Or should I
I
talk
was
like this, Axis? Come on, man. Come on, Axis. Should I talk like this, all soft and nice?
yeah. Put on
See.
your summoning demon voice. Yeah, we got, like I said, the sacred ground, and we got our salt circle, and we got our geometry, and the candles, the blood scroll. Yeah, it's all happening right here on Rattblood Radio.
Rattblood Radio.
It's
There you go. Shout out to Rattblood for hosting it.
yeah, I enjoy playing with the people. They're a lot less impactful on me now than before. It's just a matter of developing uh, functions,
Did you tune into the
form and
beginning of the
function.
cicada? I'm not sure if you're there, but the beginning of the stream I did yesterday, I guess it would be the fucking whatever you want
I
to
know.
call it. Remember the cicada, the Magi cicada? That's like the technical name
Yeah,
for it. Magic cicada. There's a couple species of. Why does it have it literally spells magic ada. Magic ada. If you
right.
spelled it up. Why is that? Do rats eat cicadas?
I'm sure that they could probably chow down on one pretty effectively. Yeah.
It was
I don't
hilarious.
know
Like,
whether it desires it.
Illinois, the Windy City, Illinois, and that. For
Yeah,
some
I'm
reason,
right
their news are
beside it.
going crazy. It's like the year of the cicada. Some crazy woman on there with the PhD. She's saying like she's gonna make cicada popcorn and cicada tacos.
Wow, man.
Different recipes for them. It's very odd. I'm telling you. You should have seen the hidden
Yeah,
messages they're putting in there. This shit gets fucking deep. I'm telling you.
yeah. I noticed. It took my ability to sleep away from me. I couldn't rest. I couldn't get to sleep. I took
What with the
some
frequency of the cicada?
melatonin. No, the energy that's in the air. It's intense, really intense, and it seems to be gaining energy.
Do you
That's
think
what
that
I'm
sun?
saying. Stop normalizing eating bugs. I agree with the comments there. But I'm saying she was
Right.
making a joke about it. They're not even fucking serious. They're just like making some weird joke about it that you're supposed to
What do you
understand in some deeper way. It's very odd.
What do you think? The moon axis. Do you think the moon takes in and the sun pushes out? Do you believe that theory people talk?
Charles, it's really
Nah.
hard to interpret what you're saying at the moment.
Huh. You
I
guys
think it's
can't
your
hear me?
mobile device and your connection. It's a
It's the
little better
wind.
now. What
It's
was you
windy
asking?
out there.
What?
We heard you say what? You're saying what were you asking? Because it was difficult to hear. I think the wind was blowing at the wrong time there.
I said,
Difficult to hear.
you think the moon sucks in the energy and the sun pushes out the energy?
So you think there's like an ebb and flow in other words, an ebb and flow between the sun and the moon. You're saying the moon sucks in energy and the sun pushes out energy. That makes sense, like the masculine and the feminine.
How can that be true? If there's an eclipse, that wouldn't work out too good, would it? Right? If the
Why
moon
not?
passed in front of
Wouldn't that be like the center point, like in harmony, or like like the coming together of both?
maybe that's how the moon charges it, sucks from the sun like that. Because the moon is definitely a lone luminary. It isn't getting light from the sun. That's cocky pot.
I
You
know
probably
that.
couldn't hear.
I think it's all about your mind. Like the biggest conspiracy, the biggest fucking trick is your own mind. Like, what does it mean to you subconsciously? How is it going to affect you and your reality? It could be
Well,
nothing.
if
It could
it
be everything.
continues,
Why don't you direct it and use it in a certain way?
well, I was about to when I started this program. That's why I came on with the voice of summoning, and
There you go.
suddenly, yeah, and then the energy shifted from that demon summoning to us just kind of tapping it up and kind of feeling each other's vibes, man. I guess it's an energy of just kind of being a little yourself.
I'm trying to say, fuck the energy. Make your own. Create your own energy. That's all it is. It's on your mind. Deal with it. Fuck off. Stop being a bitch. Don't be a. I don't want to hear whining about it. Fucking deal with it. We all have to go through nonsense. I'm ready to face whatever the fuck it tries to throw it at me, and I'll deal with it properly. The fuck out of here.
Right.
That's all I'm saying. Get ready. You know what I mean? You want your. This shit. You have to earn. It's earned properly. It's earned. It's not fucking given. You have to earn it too. It is your birthright. It's everyone's birthright, but you have to earn it. You can't just sit there and allow this shit. What are you gonna do? Twiddle your fucking thumbs all day? I'm working every day, mentally, physically, everything.
It'll be dealt with properly.
Properly, 100%, beyond 100. Right.
Who's in the chat? Jamila, Tabro, Maggot. Peace to the chat.
Oh yeah, absolutely, wonderful people down there. Maggot, props for hanging with us. Tab, Don, you're a treasure, man. And Pam, you are too. I enjoy the exchange of information and metaversal friendship.
I just say one thing. I've watched many people be consumed by addiction and never make it out.
Consumed by what?
I think addiction, drugs, swallowed them up and they died, overdose. That, to me, that's the worst battle. Like, going to war is probably easier than going to war with yourself and your mind. Going to physical war is easier than going to a mental war with yourself.
Well, it's a lot easier. Yeah, it's a lot more difficult to look within yourself and figure out that all these external things are just another byproduct of your subconscious mind, really. I mean, these drugs and that, they don't really exist outside of your mind. All of it. It's all like, where do you want to, again, you make your bed, you got to lay in it. You put the fucking, the nickel into the jukebox, you're going to have to do the dance after. You sign up for that. No one fucking, no one put the gun to your head. Wow. Yeah, no one put the gun to your head and force you to fucking do anything. The fuck?
You put the nickel in the jukebox.
So you can't blame it. Yeah.
Damn.
The fucking. So.
I'm sorry about Pam. I'm really sorry. I had no idea.
Yeah, so you can't really blame something outside of yourself. Oh, the drugs. It's the drugs. Let's blame the drugs. Let's blame them. Let's blame the Illuminati. Let's blame. Get the fuck out of here. What about have something called self-accountability and deal with your own fucking business and shit? Fuck.
Oh,
instead of just shitting in the toilet and letting someone else to fucking deal with the sewers and all the fucking water. You don't even know. You just shit down the toilet. You fucking
but
Just
you got to
consume.
not
Fuck
everyone
off, man.
picked up drugs to get high.
Yeah,
Some people use because the doctor gave it to them and they didn't know, and then it fucked their entire life up. You know, I've seen a lot of people start with prescriptions as well as me, and it ruined their life. I didn't know drugs were addicting. Doctor never told me that. And when I didn't have any, I was like, what the fuck's going on here? And you start to learn. You know, the doctors are the biggest drug dealers. I ain't gonna say that. Allegedly,
pushers.
yeah.
Well, obviously, the pharmaceutical industry
What
that's
I
a
say.
drug. The biggest thing over here, they call it Shoppers Drug Mart. It's literally in their name. They sell groceries, they sell all types of stuff, but mostly they sell drugs, which are just pharmaceutical, which comes from the word pharmacopoeia. What does that one access? What does that mean again?
Pharmakia
Pharmakia. What does that mean, access?
is poison.
Well, what does it really mean though in the etymology? It means something related to magic, right?
Um, the indication or invocation, yeah, by invocation, it has something to do with magic. But the
You know what it
the
means. I
Latin
mean,
form
yeah,
of it
that's
is
too much, right?
pharmakia, which is, yeah, everybody knows, pharmakia means poison. Uh,
You can call it that.
at least that's my understanding. Let's see
It's
what
pretty
Pam,
insidious, if you want to call it that. Right?
Pam's got us here. The Western medical system is based on keeping people sick. Otherwise, they would go out of business. Yeah,
No,
they've
we have to. It's the equivalent of this. Like, let's say I own a glass company or a window company, right? Because we were mentioning windows earlier. I have a good memory with that.
mhm.
So let's say I owned a window company. So instead of just sending out like a bunch of, I just go around smashing everybody's windows at nighttime when they're not expecting it. You know what I mean? And then I'm the only one. I don't think you control that market. And it's like, okay, you just create. It's not even just about it's about creating people to get. You put them on something and then they're there forever. Really, you just lock down their mind. Look into the
Yeah,
caduceus. You know about
yeah.
the
I've had to break.
caduceus?
What's your interpretation?
Well, I'm looking into the caduceus. Like the two snakes intertwined on the pole. The medical symbol. They even use it in their medical symbol. Hippocratic oath and all that.
Right. I had well, okay, I've managed to completely remove medicine from my life. Um, I don't want there's something to happen with this eclipse. And I'm not talking metaphysical. I'm not talking unnatural. I'm talking us as a species just absolutely doing something stupid. So I was like, okay, I've got to clean my system out.
I do have
And
to admit the
before that,
sun is extremely strong right now, like incredibly strong. Now it's facing off the balcony over here. It's so powerful you can't even look around it. It's going crazy over here. We're gonna
right?
see what the fuck happens tomorrow. This is perfect. We're charging up right now.
Yeah, I can feel it, and I'm sensing it, especially in the metaverse. It's been building up. That's why I was kind of throwing this together and thought, well, let's see what the outcome is on this. Generally, such a controlled environment, but there's almost a sense of chaos, potential energy, and that has a very familiar feel to it to me.
Well, that's always been there. That's to be expected. But I think there's like a new, call it the quicksilver in alchemy, which is not form. It's a beyond water. It's beyond being formless in it.
Right,
Just there's a different element being put into play now. You know what I mean? We'll
Quicksilver.
see what. Yeah, you can call it that.
Mirrors.
If you look in the alchemical sense of it, that's what I'm looking into there.
You know, I imagine they're ceremonially preparing in many different faiths and many different schools of practice. And I'm really really curious because of the energy that I encountered the last night, not being able to sleep. What I've encountered today, and if this is any indication of what's going to happen with tomorrow, then oh man, yeah, Charles would be
Yeah,
out there.
the layman definition they give for Quicksilver is used as similes and metaphors to describe something that moves or changes very quickly, or that is difficult to hold or contain. But that's just like a basic definition of it. Welcome, Pamela.
Hey, hey.
Hey Pam,
Sure.
well, chaotic today.
Well,
I
I got a bit of chaos yesterday myself on the rebuttal bar. What's in the metaversal water?
I have no idea. I would come on here. I was getting ready to summon.
What's in
And
the metaversal mercurial essence? I don't fucking know. Same shit. Who knows?
yeah,
I'm like
I
the
started.
least antagonistic person out there, and I had a Lumatomy on my ass for no reason yesterday.
Yeah, it's called the internet. What do you expect? What about
Oh
when
my
real life
goodness.
happens and then what?
That's
You know,
easy.
real life's easy. The
He is
internet isn't.
on he is on a rampage.
Yeah, it was
Um,
nuts.
Cage
but he's
Razor
not the
people,
only
right?
one. Yeah, he's not the only one. I've watched him across. He even was going to threaten Jack and said he's going to take him channel down or over or whatever. But
Okay,
I
but
know.
why does it matter? And why does this even? Why is this even of a concern? What do you get learning off of that? How is that being a beneficial
I can
tool
tell
moving
you,
forward in your life? It's not.
I
It's a
can
bunch of time wasting. It's just as bad as the control system everyone else is against. It's the same fucking thing packaged in a different way. This is how they
observe,
fucking
Pam.
deal with it.
Uh,
They're gonna give you. They're gonna waste your time one way or another. Yeah.
this
They'll package it
this
up
is going
whatever
to
way
be
you like.
great.
You don't like that flavor? We'll give you another one.
So I'm curious. Uh, I have noticed the disruptive movement growing a little stronger. Uh, he come back up onto London's and disrupted again.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, he like I was just talking to London and he started in on me and like I wish the dude well. Like it was weird.
Yeah,
So how are
yeah.
you gonna
I
apply, Pamela? How are you gonna apply these things that you're talking about? How is this gonna be? What are you gonna do with it? Or do you just
because
enjoy this in some subconscious way, just talking about being involved and whatever, talking about who, what the
give me a
fuck is it?
second.
I don't understand it. Again, your
Okay,
dopamine
Cage,
feedback receptors are being hit,
Cage.
and you're brainwashed, just like everybody else. I'm not gonna say I'm brainwashed to my own fucking goddamn brainwashing. So I'm gonna brainwash
Cage.
myself. Really, it's fine.
Right, maggot. I agree with you. If I
Do you not
can,
agree? Do you not
Cage.
agree? All off the brainwash. Everyone's in some sort of quote brainwashing. It's like a subconscious program, whatever you want to call it. If you don't do it yourself, something or something else will do it for you, regardless. You not agree with that?
Look, Cage. All this is an
Watch
individual.
what's
This
happening tomorrow, man. Enough of that shit. We're gonna get hit with epiphanies
I'm
and all
watching
that.
what's
You're
happening
done.
right now. Actually,
Watch what's happening now, tomorrow, yesterday, everything. Done.
was it? I'm no. I it's just the fact, Cage, that we like to come on to these panels, and we don't necessarily like the disruption. And
I'm
apparently,
done.
what
I've
I
been going
seen
crazy.
yesterday,
I've been going through. And I'm gonna shut the fuck up. My
yeah,
bad.
well, that's what me and Pam was just sitting back going, wow, people are hyped. Have you
Yeah, that's what
noticed
I'm
that? It's a
noticing.
hype.
I'm
I couldn't
playing
sleep.
into it on purpose. I'm telling you. But I don't know about you. I'm just doing it on purpose because I know you are. Because I'm, it's about the movement of the energy, if you want to call it. You're playing with the energy, the frequencies as you do, but you can do it in a different way. So I know, yeah, a bunch of people are going to be completely, their energy is pretty much out in the air for use, for everything, all beings, from the planets to the fucking anything, animals, well, anything that's every object, any being, any type of, it's all there. And there's a heightened type of thing, like, you know what I mean?
Okay.
This
Gotcha.
happens
Gotcha.
sometimes. I've seen, I was like, I had we're all in a bunch of cars. We're going to a certain place. And I'm not even joking. This has happened before. Like, a certain weird thing has happened where you see every fucking animal out there all walking around like it's nothing. I'm talking about the hundreds of them.
Gage, are you amped
So,
up? You sound amped up. Are you being affected by the eclipse? Or it's a pre-eclipse. This is a pre-eclipse too,
Yeah.
no,
And
sorry,
we
brother.
were
No,
supposed to
I'm not.
be.
Just hold
We
my
were
hand and
supposed to
jump
be
off the
summoning.
cliff.
No, we don't
Let's
want to take
talk
it
very
that far.
calmly and all that. Not really, no. What I'm saying is, this is nothing. You know what I mean? You can
Well, if
use
this
this
is
energy
nothing,
in a proper way, but why? The only reason why you think that I'm any different is because you feel this way in this contest, and I mean,
no,
this is how you're feeling.
I think that you're experiencing your own journey, and you're affected by your environment, and
No, I'm not. How you?
The amount.
No, okay. Is
Really?
your environment affected by you? What? Is you and your environment anything different,
Can
really?
I
Fundamentally,
can I affect my environment? Yes, yes, I can affect my
is the
environment.
environment
Can
a
my
projection of
environment?
your own program or mind? Is that possible or not?
Well, we covered that yesterday, and I don't want to loop on anything like that.
Exactly. You
We've
know
kind of.
exactly what it is. So what the fuck are we talking about here?
Well, we were talking about Pam and her experience, and I would like to hear about this because did you see him on Talcott?
Yeah.
Was that not insane?
That was insane. I just want everybody to coexist, and we have to be around people we may or may not resonate with. And I get it's the internet, but to me, I guess it's just crazy how I don't know people hold on to shit for years. I don't know. Some things I can't make sense out of. There's not much I'm going to do about it. I'm still going to check it back in and go to that channel, but it's just annoying, I guess.
It is. It's disruptive, and it's kind of like I used to, tagger friend. He used to do tagging, nice, beautiful tagging, and this other asshole would come along and X out his tags and put foul language over them. And I was like, why? Why does he do that? And it was because he couldn't paint like the guy he was destroying the murals of on sides of boxcars. And I thought that was pretty interesting behavior because it was destructive. And that's what happens here is whenever you're trying to relay information and exchange ideals and feelings or whatever, and somebody comes along and just plows through your shit, man. No, that's disruption. I don't need that. It's gotten chaotic enough on this channel tonight anyhow. So after he left Talcott's, then he went to London's, or did he go to you first?
It was London's and then Talcott's.
Okay. Wow. I really wish that I know Jack was very responsible in handling it. I thought that was very responsible of him.
Yeah.
And London, I don't know, man. I understand, be yourself, be who you are. But damn, really?
Tommy got so bad, London pretty much said something to him and put him in the back, or he left or went to Jack's or whatever. It's just insane because I don't have any problems with anybody, like, so it's just crazy.
No, you don't. You don't bother nobody. You're always, calm, reserved. Especially reserved. I don't know. The only thing I can contribute to is the upcoming energy.
Yeah,
It's got to be. Go ahead, Pam.
I was just gonna say it's just crazy because he was claiming I was upset over like past things, and I'm like, dude, I'm sorry about that. I didn't know Paul or any of those fucking people. Like, I don't go around, and I don't go to the Jerry Springer panels. I keep clean of that shit, And so he was saying you're culted up with Paul, and I haven't even been to his channel in a year, and it was
What about Rattblood Provich? Maury Povich. What else we got? Judge Judy and shit. You could be Judge Judy.
My former nickname used to be Judge Judy.
Oh, funny then.
Wow.
Okay. I wonder why I said that. Oh, I wonder. Okay.
You picked up on something there.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I don't know.
I tend to do stuff like that, But I respect people's privacy, and that I want to get that deep into their fucking nonsense either way. So.
I am so curious about the energy that's going to be applied tomorrow, especially when it reaches its zenith. And
I'll be in the fours, ring of fire, and that, you know what I mean? And the image.
Well, it's going to be directly over me, and according to that path. And if this is a taste of what kind of chaos is going to disrupt out through the effects of this eclipse, man, I don't think I'm going to be on the internet or out in public much. Hopefully, I've got to deal with some issues tomorrow, but we'll see.
Yeah, this is something where I recommend getting off the fucking internet and just being with yourself. Looking within and that, going in nature. I recommend doing that if that's available, around you. It's always go somewhere not where the fucking all these drones are going.
Yeah, don't go where they're telling everyone to gather. That's for sure.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Go do your own thing with your family, your loved ones, whatever. Even by yourself, if you can. Sometimes it's the best thing you can do for the people that you care about. Taking care of yourself. Only way you can, help other people if you take care first of yourself, right? So.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is I agree, Pam. Don't go into crowds at all, and you never know what. Especially, you don't know what directive the National Guard truly got.
That's my point.
Yeah. Go ahead, Pam, please.
No, I mean that was my point in saying that they're making.
That's what I say. Get away from any large groups or any of that shit.
If they're telling people together at point A, go to point B, or like by yourself. I mean, it's crazy how they're trying to herd people into certain spots in the area of totality. It's like cattle.
That's what their desire is to herd us like cattle over this event. But I'm with you. I don't suggest doing it at all, because they could say, to the National Guard that, if there's any indication or anything breaks out, you got orders to do whatever, and then it's going to be a really bad situation. I'm hoping nothing like that happens. I'd like for this just to pass by as a ceremonial event of the changing of energies, and obviously a new state of energetic field and influence, and it does it with the least amount of resistance, because this is insane. This energy. I don't know if you're feeling it, Pam, out there. How's Arizona right now?
People are pretty chill here. We're not getting the total eclipse though. Like when I was in Austin the other day, like that city was like eclipse signs, party signs everywhere. And 6th Street is the last place I would want to be on the eclipse.
Oh man, yeah, that would be devastating, especially if something happened. And that's what my concern is I'm really am. I'm hoping this event goes by just as an amped up energy or whatever it's passing through as, and doesn't
We'll
have
have
the
we'll have some seismic activities and we'll have some celestial phenomena, and I'm sure that there's going to be someone somewhere that tries something that's stupid, but I just foresee it as business as usual. Of course I'm
that's
prepped, so I'm not worried about it either way, but like I see it as business as usual tomorrow.
I think it's going to be that way. I think it's just going to be a hyped up event, kind of like the Y2K or the Mayan calendar thing,
It's the same
and
nonsense
hopefully,
over and over. And how is it going to affect human behavior on a greater
well,
level?
it'll
It
affect.
will. It is affect.
It's
They've
already starting
declared
to
a state of
affect people.
emergency in Niagara Falls, like on the U.S. border there. All this
It,
nonsense. They've shut down schools and all this. Fuck off.
That's
yeah, but
ridiculous for
it's
like 4
already
minutes.
They love declaring a state of emergency. Last time they did that is because, I can't get into that really. But over here, it's because, they shut
the
down their
plague,
fucking little capital hold on, let me put the mask on here.
right? Ah, Max is with us. Yeah, Max,
It's hard to get
energy
on
amped
there.
up. Energy is definitely amped up, and apparently this is going to have an effect on people, Max. Um, Obviously, Pamela ran into a situation. I know Talcott ran into a situation. I come on this morning because I couldn't sleep, and the energy here has been amped, and I'm like, wow. So whatever it's giving off, man, it's like a line of some good Colombian cocaine.
I think it's been a bit dulled, really. Look at the mask, bro. Look at the hat. There you
So you don't think that it's affected you at all?
go. What does that even mean? You don't think every day it doesn't affect you? No, if you're consistent and nothing is going to really, you have your foundation, the structure. Nothing's really going to sway it or change it at all. So for me, like, yeah, just see, it's pretty
Well, as for me,
convoluted.
as an individual,
Well, there is an effect. What's it going to do for you as an individual? Yeah, there you go.
well, obviously it's conducting. Yes, I agree with you completely. It's conducting a type of energy that seems to be an amped up version of almost nervous energy to anger, is what I've noticed.
Well, it's fear
Or is
and
that kind
excitement, and those are on the same spectrum, but at different ends. It's how people are choosing to perceive it.
Why is it that big of a deal? You know what I mean? You're going off this.
because I work
Personally,
with energy,
I'm
Cage.
always the same. It doesn't make a difference, really. If
But
you're
not
working for
everyone's
energy,
like you. There's
all,
people
all
that
it all it is a harvesting of it, and you can direct it if you wanted to, or you can just ignore it. You don't have to fucking deal with it. You let people do what they want. For me, I don't even give a fuck. I'm gonna go to sleep. I'll be like the one person sleeping through it. You
I,
know what I mean?
that was Cage, and nothing against you. You seem to be affected. Um, I'm going to call you out on that. I
It
say
depends. It
you
depends on what
are.
I'm doing.
I think that you're amped up. Your energy is amped up, or
I think
I. Generally, you're very calm and reserved
but
here.
I'm playing along with it. That's hilarious.
Okay, so you were giving us a kind of a character play there, huh?
I've been saying it the entire time is the point of it because people are all like, this or that. It's hilarious. You know what I mean? You just have to sit back and observe. Really should. Usually that's what I do. And now I'm speaking up about it because it's getting out of hand. You know, it's like, oh, what the fuck are you?
What?
How is that going to affect you in any way, shape, or form?
Because I work with energy, Cage. Energy,
So you know
frequencies, vibration. These are my. That's kind of my trademark there. You know, hate frequency, the devil worshiper, Satanist. Yeah, I work with energy, and I'm very sensitive to it. I know Max is. I definitely know that Max is sensitive to it, and apparently, I think you are. I think that either you're sleep deprived, you drank too much, or you're affected. You got eclipsed fever, man.
I've been working
Well,
crazy hours, bro. You know what I mean? I've been working crazy hours there. I'm always working, especially because of this. You know what I mean? It's been odd. Apparently, because obviously it's just you study human behavior. It's a simple patterns. It's not very. Oh wow, somebody's changing in this. No one really pays attention to fucking anything or understands anything in the words really. So you just tell them that's just ridiculous. You know what I mean? Now just get your fucking get your 19th fucking poke and get along with it.
wow.
You know what I mean? But look, this is the same type of people that get caught up in this, and it's the same kind of program in a way. And over here, I know it's different here. I'm saying for the general population. So it's being used like batteries, a cell and a battery.
I'm reading what Dom has got going on here in the chat. Yeah, I'm not sure about anybody else, and I can't speak for them, but I can speak from my observation, and I can compare it to past experiences and behavior modeling as I recognize people, unless they start a change, whether it be for the worse or a move forward. But to me, this is being sensitive to energies has a fuzzy energy to it, and almost a static. And between now and the time that it passes over Indiana, I think things are going to be affected. I think they're going to be amped up. It's going to be a type of static in the air that people are going to feed on. And I think they've been put in a state, especially now, that maybe they knew that this had kind of an amping effect. So that's why they tried to stimulate us with the National Guard, the closing of schools. And maybe they had an understanding of the energies that we're about to go through, more so than they'll ever disclose. What do you think about that, Pam?
I think it's highly probable because I'm just thinking about when I was in Texas for my 3-day trip, how saturated the media was with the eclipse stuff and how people were like almost had some kind of eclipse madness because of it.
Right. I'm utilizing it. I mean, I'm trying to harness what's going on here, and I'm really feeling it. And man, static. I mean, let's see what.
There's something in the air.
Yeah. I'm very. Dawn says I'm very sensitive to energies, and the planet has been bombarding us with frequencies for several weeks now. Yes, yeah, Dawn, I believe that, and I believe tomorrow will be an increase of energy on the planet. I agree with you 100%, Dawn, because I'm already seeing effects. Pam's seeing effects, and I know Pam's an energy worker too, and I know that you know that you are too, Don. And I don't know. I'm not sure whether to kind of deflect and process or just absorb and utilize. What are you
Use
going to
that
do with
energy.
this? And
I'm gonna use that energy and tomorrow and create the best day, the best vibes ever, like I try to do every day, but knowing that it's amplified, I'm going to go ahead and do what I do normally. Every day I try to make this little bubble as best as it can be, and so that's what I'm gonna do to increase the energy tomorrow and use that to my advantage. I'll probably go out and watch the eclipse in my backyard, but I know like London's probably going to have a live stream, so I might check in with that for a minute. But I'm going to be observing.
yeah, I had plans on not being under the circumstances that I am, but I'm going to be directly out in it, Pam, and that wasn't my choice.
Yeah,
And I'm going to be in a less than friendly environment, and I'm like,
I've
oh,
heard.
I'm kind of dreading it. I really am. Not for the sake of the nature of what it is, but for the sake of the energy that are being put out and the effect that it's going to have over those bastards and demons that lie within the
I wouldn't want to
judicial
deal with
system.
any Matrix people tomorrow, Axis. Like I wouldn't want to deal with
No.
Matrix people. I feel for you.
Oh man. And you know what's weird is they had almost 6 months now. It's been, I think, going on maybe 5, and they had set this date way back then. So I know somebody had to have been coherent that we were going to go through that at the exact time that we'll all be in the middle of the shit of the judicial system, and it's got me concerned. I
Well,
don't know
Dom
what
has some
that.
good advice for you, Axis, in the chat.
That's what I see. I was laughing at that shit. Well, what kind of hat, Dominic?
Right. I'm
What kind of glass
thinking
are we talking here? What kind of underwear? That's pretty broad.
tinfoil.
There you go.
That's
You can have any combination you like. I gotta set it up for you. There you go. Either way, you better be prepared to fucking. Apparently, it's so crazy. But fuck off. Get prepared for every day. What are you doing? Every day it should be like that. Use that energy, remember it, and utilize that. The life
you don't
force
need any.
that's her birthright into
Paige,
your
I don't
everyday
think.
activities, into every day beyond this day. It's simple. But don't you have that inherently? This is what, no, we don't, because we're talking about nonsense constantly. We're here.
Not nonsense. You seem to be a little
Most of the
amped,
time,
Paige.
it's fucking bullshit. Most of the time, it seems to.
I'm Cage. This is a serious thing.
I'm literally trolling the fuck out of you because I can simply just say these things. I know exactly what you think at all times. You know what I mean? And you already know what it is. Imagine you said everything you thought all the time, and then you just like planned it. Just did it on the day where people are supposed to. You're gonna perceive things to be a certain way. Therefore, your reality will be the same. And
okay.
they can easily just play into that. For what?
Okay. Cage, brother, please synchronize, man. Be in harmony. Usually, when you're here, you're a little more reserved. Pam's here, and I like to kind of keep an eye on the chat and interface with my guests. Yeah, I think
so
that.
If I don't just play along and agree with certain things, and I'm not reserved, apparently. This is the thing.
I'm good with the Cage. I'm laughing at Cage and having a good time. He's a cool dude. We've always been cool.
Yeah, I have no problem with you, Cage, but
See,
I
Judge
don't think
Judy
you
is moving.
realize.
Have you not heard? There you go. The gavel has
I
been
don't.
fucking hit on it.
I don't think you realize what you do, Cage. Or
I'm
either
just
that or
fucking
you're doing it
around.
on
This shit,
purpose.
I am. It's hilarious. I've
Well, why
made
would
it
you
very
do that?
clear. I'm doing it purpose.
Why would you do that?
Why not?
Because
Give me like three
you
good
know the
reasons
state
why
of
I shouldn't.
affairs that I'm going to have to deal with, right?
Well, I'm working too. I'm working in the background, but
You're also dominating the panel, Cage, and I'm wondering if you're doing that on purpose or whether you just don't realize you're doing it.
I'm gonna go wake and bake. I'll be right back.
Thank you, Pam. I'm going to put up a confinement shield on this. It's been Pam. If I don't return from tomorrow's venture, or we don't get to speak any further today, light a candle for me occasionally.
fuck off. Man.
Fuck off with that nonsense, Axis. We're gonna be talking tomorrow and the next day and the next day and the next day. So I don't know where you are with that, but everything gonna be all right.
You guys better give
that.
access to candlelight vigil, including me too. Everyone. We all need candlelight vigil tomorrow or something.
Yep, you bet.
There you go. I
Well,
dare get cut off in the sun.
If it has any more effect on my female erection dysfunction, then
we're gonna work that out with Boffman tomorrow. We'll figure that out.
I'm going to wear a button-down shirt and I'm going to open it up and see if I can grow some titties from the sun and the moon.
100%. Yeah, I mean it's all big coagulate. Boffman and alchemizing it. It's probably transmuted. People throw these terms around with no understanding of them at all. Might as well, right? Figure it out.
Cage, I can barely. I don't know. Maybe I'm tired, but you're projecting pretty heavy. Pam, are you still with us, or was you going to wake and bake?
I'm talking about in general. Think about it. I'm not talking directly to anybody here. Might as well talk to myself.
Well, just be mindful of the other guests. I do kind of hold a reserve on the channel, and I like to ease through with least resistance. I understand there's got to be a balance, and I understand the nature of where you're coming from, Cage, and I know why you're there. And I know why you are in the state you are in when it's concerning this type of arena and energy. I understand. It's okay, but a little reserve, man. Just a little reserve.
At this point, you're gonna play for keeps, right?
Well, if you want to do that, then I would.
But it's beyond that, really. That's what they're.
Then I would have to. Right? Okay. Well, if it goes to that level, then I'm going to consider you a disruptor, and I'm going to consider you a low-level thinking being that hasn't matured in wisdom or understanding.
Well, I'm saying that's
put you in the same place as a disruptor, and I'm going to treat you like a disruptor, and I will remove you, delete you, and ignore any type of interaction with you if that's what you're going to do.
Yeah, back to
but I won't lose the fact that you and I are we share history together, Cage. And if you come on strong, I'm going to have to react. I'm being really reserved tonight because this was supposed to be a fun thing. It was in the title. It was meant to be a fun thing. It wasn't meant to be a challenging conflict between cerebral minds. I told you, I'm not receiving and I'm not transmitting. I'm just kind of interpreting my environment so that I understand the effects of this particular solar conjunction. I don't want I don't want to have to treat you like a disruptor, man, because you're going to turn me into. I'll go around from channel to channel,
I'm sorry.
disrupting everybody that disrupts me.
I apologize, Access. I'm just gonna. You know what I mean? I'm gonna wear my Saturnian hat. Make a tin foil out of it, like a mold. And then just
Well,
sit
that's
around.
what I plan on doing.
I'm gonna start meditating or something. Maybe I'll grab like a crystal or who knows.
Why don't you summon the demon? I think with this type of energy
That'd be a great
in the
idea,
air.
wouldn't it?
Well, I gave a 101 on it. I mean, certainly you must be
There is
in
no
a
fucking
creative or
demon.
constructive
You're
mood.
talking. We've already summoned the demon, bro. We're talking right now.
Have you ever?
I think
Okay.
Max is in the back.
Yeah. We were on Cage Reality earlier tonight, and it was turbulent as hell. Yeah, it was absolutely turbulent.
Well, see, I'm just waking up to all this.
Yeah. Hello, Max. How's it going, brother?
Max.
Mwahaha. The demon is here.
There we go. Beautiful.
Hey, the title said a summoning, so look who you summoned, Access.
Well, look. If you know, it's funny though. Like if you look into computing, because Access, I do remember Access likes talking about like how reality is like kind of related. It's almost like a program, like almost like a computer. And a daemon, not a demon, a daemon in computing is a process that runs in the background without the user being aware of it. Like it's an automatic background process kind of thing. So if that's what you mean, right? There's different ways and different terms and different ways to look at these.
Anything that disrupts the coherent operating system and stalls it from operating properly. Whether it be written within the code of the program, running behind it, whether it be an infection into the program.
It doesn't need any input. It doesn't need any input from the user, though, right?
Generally, it's written within the code, and that's why they have to run a. That's why they have to run a beta version, and then they'll back that beta version up after it's been tested by the general public, and they'll re-release. Windows did it for the first.
I think the devs are doing a software upgrade tomorrow, I guess. You know what I mean? The devs, as they call them. Maybe they'll do a software update. They'll upgrade reality and maybe like patch it or something.
Yeah, there's some new systems that have been planned to be started up. I don't know if it's tomorrow though, but yeah. I don't know. I don't feel any difference. I don't feel any difference in the energy myself.
I don't either. You know what I mean? I just I can play into it and like talk more.
Yeah, people around here have been pretty happy, really, because there's sunshine, so that really helps. Everybody was smiling and saying hi to each other yesterday.
It was great energy.
I live in a big city, so it's actually a pretty friendly city.
It is, yeah.
For about half, I'd say half the people.
I know Max last night that whenever we originally bumped into each other, I couldn't get to sleep, and I laid there for a few minutes, and I was like, okay. So I started texting and communicating with my daughter, and the further I was going into this, I was just like, man, I'm really feeling a little bit of a crisp in the air. Now it's almost ecstatic to me. Yeah, it's kind of weird. It could be Indiana, man, as far as I know.
Feeling any
here is
anxiety?
the definite. Maybe you can also share that.
What's that?
Can Dom has given us some information here in the chat. Yeah, it's been quite the interesting endeavor since we were at Cage's last night.
Ephebus
We
is a
all,
tabulation of computer positions and velocities and/or various derived quantities, such as rate, ascension, and declination of an orbiting body of specific time. It's an interesting word. There you go. Let's put the. Look into.
tabulate. I'm trying to read what Dom has put here. Get his,
A tabulation of computer positions and velocities. So what is this related to? Any contest?
An orbiting body at a specific time. Yeah, we left Cage's channel last night, and because it was pretty chaotic there. We had several people up on stage, and they just kind of dropped off. But it was a high energy situation. How long did you stick around, Max?
Oh, not long. I had to get to sleep.
I felt it was a high energy. People, the people on the panel were feeling a high energy, and I can feel it here. But
I think it's just like you're projecting that onto everything. So if you have that ideal in your mind, you're gonna see that everywhere, right? And you're gonna get that back.
The construct, yeah, because it's energy I'm putting out.
Yeah,
but it's also
in the equal return. Right?
Well, that's what the construct does to keep itself hidden within the system. I mean, at one point, the system has to protect itself. That being the revealing of itself and its nature. I don't think the human mind is quite capable of understanding or perceiving that. But it will deliver within a radius amount of time what you manifest. You get what you put out. And karma, law of
you put out, you get back. It's a feedback system.
Yeah, and right now there's a resource in the air. There's an energy, a frequency, and a vibration in the air that I can tap into, and it has a fuzzy resonance to it. It's an energetic resonance, and that's my experience. How it affects you guys, who knows? But I think that's a good suggestion. Just wrap tinfoil around your head, maybe your genitals, and proceed forward.
What about what if you use saran wrap, as a second layer after? Wrap your entire body with tinfoil and then use saran wrap you up. Like a blunt.
If it becomes that intensified,
that might
then
help
I will do
microwave weapons. Yeah.
You can squeeze lemons on it after,
if they want to try active denial, if they want to use any of their active denial systems, that would be good.
I don't know, man. I had was stressing over a situation that I have to deal with tomorrow, and I didn't know that there was going to be such a high level of energy. And it's been a distraction at best, but I didn't expect it to bleed over like that. I thought my endeavors tonight were going to be more.
Maybe something really big is going to happen in the middle of your case, and that's it. It'll be called off.
That's what I'm.
It's going to be dismissed. Or dismissed.
That's what it is. The entire world is moving for your court case.
Yeah.
Right.
It's all leading up, and it's all in your mind being projected.
The sun and the moon are moving.
This is perfect. It's all lining up for you.
Lining up for
back
you.
to the darkness. Yeah. There you go.
I'd see it as a good omen.
If you're in you're in the fucking dungeon and that, you have to eat the rat. You might have to do some blood fucking rat. You have to eat the rat blood.
Yeah, you
in the
get the
dungeon.
when you're in
banished.
in there, you're going to experience the death and rebirth, but you won't see it, right? The death and rebirth of the sun. So maybe you'll have the rebirth. We can hope.
That's what I was hoping for.
Tomorrow can be a rebirth for anyone who wants it to be.
Yeah.
That could be every day. It should be that should be the ideal of every day of your life, all the time, in every moment, right now. Again, before you can even say it. This is how consciousness
just hold your breath for that
recreated.
3 minutes until the sun comes
Before you
back.
can even think about it, it's faster than your thought. You know, how it works, really.
Out of common courtesy, I have a real life serious situation. Can you guys relate? Okay, Cage, enough,
I'm
man.
pretty sure people.
Enough.
It's going to be all
I'm
right.
going to start.
Guaranteed.
I'm going to start projecting, man. You don't want me to project.
That's fine.
I have a real life situation tomorrow that could be life changing for the rest of my life. Do you understand that? The power that I have to go up against tomorrow?
So motive B, you already dealt with. Don't worry about it. Properly.
I'm going to deal with it, but you need to take it as seriously as I do. Okay?
You're taking care of
Someone's fucking future is potentially going to be ended. Do you understand that? This is serious shit, man. That is why I come up here tonight. I didn't come up here for antagonization, to be talked over, disrupted, or spoke over. And you've done it to me on your channel page. That's why I left. Now you drug it here. It does matter because I have to deal with it. And if it is me feeding energy from...
I'll leave if you don't want me. All I'm saying is
I'm asking you...
I do not want to hear about if or that or anything. It's already taken care of. But thankfully, you took it seriously, and you've dealt with it accordingly, and you don't have to worry about it. Okay? It's fine. It's taken care of.
That is exactly what I'm trying to do, is nullify my suspected
just because you don't want to hear the way I'm going to say, I'm going to interrupt you. Because just because you don't want to hear it your way.
Would you do this in a fucking funeral parlor with a dead body? Would you behave this way, Cage? Because there's only one step between what's going to happen, what could happen, and death. And this is the next thing worse than death. I don't fucking think you take it serious enough, man. A motherfucker lost his life, execution style. You know that. Your behavior is fucking atrocious. Fucking atrocious. Someone could potentially lose their freedom for the rest of their fucking life, Cage. And it happens to be related to me very personally.
All right, but he's not.
Now you want to go to a fucking funeral home and steal your shit? Go for it. Because this is the next best thing to it. And you're showing such a foul etiquette that, yeah, I'm ready to fucking dismiss you. Do you understand me? Do you get it? I'm projecting now, Cage. And I will continue to project on you. And I will chase you from channel to channel. And I will fucking project on you. I will smash you. I will talk over you. I will do anything I have to because you don't fucking understand etiquette. Especially in a channel with a situation like mine. So fuck you, Cage. And that is directly from me.
I appreciate
the core of my fucking being, dude. You have dishonored my fucking son completely. And if you want to retain any dignity whatsoever, remove yourself.
Well, thank you for having me. I said so. And that's that's not true. But you do need to let that out. That energy needs to be let out because you said it's like a whole high energy.
I was letting it out properly, constructively, until you came up and disrupted me.
There you go.
Now, go. Go, Cage, please. Go.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I hate doing that, man. I hate having to do that to Cade. Pam, I'm sorry. Matt,
Y'all are fine. Like tensions are high right now, and after tomorrow, this is all going to be calm. It's going to be okay. And like I think, like you were looking for some empathy, which you deserve. It's a stressful situation, and I think sometimes people only see the world from their perspective, and sometimes in their mind, if it's resolved and taken care of, sometimes people have a lot of hard time feeling empathy for a position someone else is in. And I think that was what was going on here was like, like you just needed a little bit of empathy and understanding because anyone would want that in that situation that you're in, Axis. So I understand where you're coming from. But I also think it's a blending of a lot of conflict and a lot of energies going on right now. And you two would be okay. Just give it some time. It's a pass,
And that's what I was expecting, Pam. I put my objective in the title, and I was going to play with the idea of, summoning demons and maybe make that a topic of discussion, that particular energy and how the people are reacting to the eclipse. And I wanted to do it almost humorously constructive to get rid of the anxiety. And I'm sure that that's a lot of what's affecting me. But that's like, I don't think people who have mocked my situation or have centrally disrupted channels and panels that have no common courtesy towards the fact that this is serious. Really, this is life-changing, life-altering. A little respect. I tried to let it out constructively. I wanted to just kind of play with the ideals of particular destructive energies and how maybe to keep them at bay. But obviously, disruption is disruption.
Call on some angels.
Well,
that's what I'm going to have to do.
We still have the energy to work with and dismantle. We just got it in a larger quantity than we expected here on the stream. We can still do a lot with that energy. It's gonna be okay. Like all this is gonna work out. Axis, you know that, right?
No, I don't. Truly, and I'm being honest with you. No.
Well, I'm a woman of great faith, and things are going to work out. I've told you that before, and they'll continue to do so. And I know you're like, that's what you need to I know I sense that like you're uncertain about that. And I just wanted to let you know that I feel with everything in my being and intuition that everything with you, it's going to work out.
I appreciate that, Pam, because I'm really not sure. That's why I was trying to calmly distract myself, because sleep just isn't going to come.
Yeah.
I hope for the best, Axis, but
yeah,
I don't know. Sometimes bad things happen for good reasons too. You have to consider that. I don't know the situation or anything like that, but sometimes bad things happen to people for good reasons.
Well, there's an individual very close to me.
I hope it is for a good reason,
Yeah, there's an individual very close to me that could very well be removed from my life.
Yeah.
It's a possibility.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to stay as far away from that as possible.
Yeah.
But it seems to be in the air. It was in me. It's in me, I'm sure. And definitely some anxiety over my situation. But I didn't know I was going to run into this, or I never would have started this stream.
Oh, Tab is sending you some nice energy.
And Dom
I know
is
that. I'm reading it.
So, soak that up while we're here.
Yeah, and Dom says he has
some love energy. All right.
Yeah, let's get him.
Soak that up.
Yeah, not a problem, Charles. Just takes a second. Hey, Dom. How's it going, brother?
Hey, Access. Hey, guys.
Hey, Dom, good to see you.
Hi, Pam. I don't know how I
Hey,
feel about
hey.
you.
I know.
I noticed you left some. You bought some cake. You left backstage. I feel better now.
Did you have your Timbits or Tim Hortons?
I just had the tin, not Timmy's anymore.
It's just Tim. He's growing up, has he?
I bought my puck and a hockey stick for him. Well, Axis, I know because you've shared. I don't know if you're asking other people's views on this, but you will be affected by this, whatever the decision is. But it's the one that's actually happened to go to court. That's the bigger energy to be concerned about, and I know you're concerned about that.
Yeah, because it's life altering.
Mm-hmm.
It will affect my existence in this realm. Potentially, well, it's already affecting me. Okay, the minute I was introduced to this situation, it affected me. Who the fuck has to deal with that?
Mhm.
And I think I've done a damn good job of dealing with it with the resistance I've had. Tommy running around calling my son a murderer. You know, the fucking snafu running around pogo fucking pedo murder motherfuckers. You know, what niche, which I mistook snafu for. I mean, I've had some issues along the way, but
I would avoid those
overall, I think I'm.
if I were you.
I think, yeah, I tried to,
Yeah.
but there was an
Assholes.
altercation. You know, Pam ran into the same situation that I did, and I
Oh,
just
yeah.
I
I
can't.
would be deleting them. Delete.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get.
Delete people with pride, Axis. If you don't belong in your life, get rid of them. That's the way it goes. Man.
Well, here in this situation that I'm trying to navigate my way through, it a little bit of humor, but take your death with some seriousness.
Yeah.
You know, because it killed me inside.
Yeah.
I've been running on of just pure frequency and energy.
Yeah, I've been there.
To
You're
be
going
able to
to
deal with
crash
it.
eventually, unfortunately.
Yeah, I
Well,
know this.
Yeah.
That's why I got off of all the pharmaceuticals. I got a clean system.
Good.
You know, I detoxified my body,
Oh,
and
just
I've
the
got
sleep.
to
I'm worried
approach
about
this.
the sleep. You know, you don't get good sleep, man. That's bad on your body.
Yeah, it is. It definitely is.
Mm. Yeah, in times of stress,
So,
I don't sleep either. It's just so I know exactly what you're. Well, I have some idea of what you're going through with that. But yeah, the whole court thing. That's something nobody should really ever have to experience. You know.
it was an insult and a humiliation
Mm-hmm.
to not only the grieving family who lost a member of their family, who was executed. Executed.
Yeah.
And the timing that they gave for the trial, that we have to be in there. I mean, really? Really? Haven't you drugged this across the television and newspapers enough? You know, and now you want to exploit it in another way, very personal. You know, there's people that lost their family member involved in this. There's a potential that they may have something on him. I don't know. You never know what a prosecutor's going to do.
Yeah,
And
they're tricky.
I've got to be prepared for that. So, yeah, I detoxified.
Yeah.
And I was trying to use the energy that this eclipse was bringing to a positive nature, because
Yeah.
it will be at its zenith over us while I'm in that courtroom.
If I can share Access, an old phrase, take it whatever
Yeah.
people want for the beginning part, but when it says God grant me the serenity or the person the serenity to accept the things you can change and the courage to change the things I can and the wisdom to know the difference. You know, there's a whole bunch of people
Yeah.
that are on these channels that are noise. You have that option to delete them out of mind, out of sight. Those are the things that
Well,
you can hear me out for a second,
I'm
Access.
going to have to. I'm
Those
sorry,
are,
Dom. I'm
those are
sorry.
the things that you can control. In this case, manipulate. We're coming close to an energy that it's inevitable. So whatever intent you have going into it, this is how wars can be averted if other people choose to be online. Like, in this case, be on board. So, there's noise here. Now, whatever happened to your son, I'm sorry to hear that, but the court system is going to do what they're going to do, and those are the things you can't change. The things you can change is how you behave about it, how you respond to it, how you react to those things. So now, in this particular case, those characters that you were talking about before, that's on you. You can delete them. You don't have to see their noise. There's noise on chat and on panels. You just don't entertain them, because if not, it's two energy forces that are trying to fight each other. If I know I'm fighting a negative energy and somebody's a positive energy, thank you, shake their hands, move on. I'm not here to manipulate it. Those other energies are there to manipulate. And other people that choose to continue fighting with them, they've actually lost that battle. So in these cases, you know who those characters are. Ignore them. Avoid them. Fighting them is only going to bring more energy to you, which is fine. But remember, both of you guys are being the example to others. And this is what happens.
I'm trying to.
I know
I really am.
I know you're trying to, but you're also doing a whole bunch of other stuff, Access. You're going into other realms. You're purging. Those are all those things. Those other people aren't doing that stuff. And if they were, let's hope that we can teach each other and say, no, I just want to have moments to spend on your energy. You already know the character that was already on here. He doesn't know how to keep his mouth closed long enough. And he's too busy telling other people what he thinks or feels that other people should do. No different with me. But the only difference is he doesn't understand that yet. He still goes on to skip record over and over again. And once he becomes aware of that, if he ever does, but that's like a person waiting for a bus. There's not even the fucking bus terminal. So in this particular case, you brought it out by talking about what's going on with your son. This is about your son. You're the side effect to all of this, and you will be affected by this regardless, because there has been somebody that's been lost in this whole ordeal. And there's going to be thousands of more children's kids that are going to be lost in some way. This is why this is about the whole, not the few. So this energy, sure, it might affect the one or two individual people, but it's going to affect a lot of people, and it's going to be set in for a while. Anyway, go ahead, sorry guys.
Court stands for see our tyranny. That's what court means. And if we're supposed to have this eclipse tomorrow, people are like, what do you mean see our tyranny? Spell the word out. But why isn't the moon anywhere in sight near the sun here? It should be like almost next to the sun, but there's no moon in sight. I don't see it anywhere. Nope, I'm looking at 360. I don't see the moon anywhere. So that leads me to question what's really going to go on tomorrow. What's going in front of the sun? I'll find out. When I look tomorrow before the eclipse, I'm going to see if we can see the moon. Because there's been eclipses where the sun was being eclipsed and the moon was present. So what the heck was eclipsing the sun? That's when I start thinking Rahu and Ketu. But peace to everyone. Dom, Matt, and Pamela. I need to get that right. I'm walking, so I ain't going to be talking that much. There's a lot of noise. I don't want to disturb the panel, but yeah, peace to everyone and peace to the chat.
Thank you, Charles.
Much love.
I don't have any outside associations with actual humans besides my in-home care. And sometimes I allow other people's demeanor to affect me at moments of distress because they find a vulnerability and they try and use it. I was trying to be passive of Cage. I really was. And out of respect for the things that we have been through together, from We Are Awake to Cage Reality's channel to Panelverse to here, just for the sake of what we went through. But I can't allow that. And my endeavors on this channel are very personal, I suppose, when I come on like that and try and alleviate myself from the situation at hand so that I could maybe potentially get some rest or just take my mind off the situation because of the profoundness of it. But maybe this is a lesson, you know. I'm sure it is. And whatever the outcome may be, either way, it's going to affect me. And I know this. And whenever that moment comes, there's going to be my adopted daughter. There's going to be my biological daughter. And there's going to be my mother. And there's Josh's fiance. You know. And an opposing family that is trying to grieve a loss. And the only place I had to turn to was here. Now I'm going to have to get really evil. And I'm sorry, guys.
Don't waste your energy. This is my opinion. Getting all evil, burning up all that energy.
I'm tired of them. Pam was attacked. You know, Jack was attacked.
I didn't see that.
Obviously, Cage come here to antagonize and attack. He knew what he was doing. And I showed him leniency by trying to be passive in a really tough mental situation. And the fact that he had no respect for that, I'm sorry, I can't let that go. That's like giving my son the middle fucking finger. That's like tipping over a casket with a dead man in it and laughing about it. Truly.
I didn't see that part.
Truly.
I missed that part. I didn't see him go and do all that. So,
Axis, when you talk with these other characters, how many times have they allowed other characters come onto their fucking panels? That's on them. Let them fucking deal with themselves. If a host cannot deal with the people that come onto their panels or their channels, it's no different than a guy that owns a house or a woman that owns a house. If they can't deal with the fucking people coming in their house outside of violation, that's on them to learn. We're not here to fucking, babysit fucking people.
You're right.
There's
You're
people
right,
out
I'm
here.
not.
There's people on these panels that go on and on and on. They're like fucking 4th and 15th fucking time offenders. It would be nice if we had a person that says, okay, first time offender, fucking cut off the tongue. The rest of you, do you understand this? So at this particular point, those people that go around allowing all this shit, and eventually a person like Pam has to tolerate that shit. That's on them. Let them be. Let the idiots hang out with the idiots. They want the attention, they got it. They want to control the fucking attention, tie their fucking hands behind their back and tape their fucking mouth. Outside of that Axis, saying shit like I'm going to create evil on them. What the fuck are you really saying then? You're being like them at that point, but they're just doing it naively, and they're not even aware of the shit that they're doing. And even if they are aware of the shit they're doing, let it be. They're going to be what they're going to be. No, it's not about being right, Axis. It's just that's the energy.
No, it's truthful. It's truthful, John.
Could be,
it's
but
truthful.
At the same time, they're not affecting us in any particular way. And if they do, that tells you have something to learn. So it's a gift. Not to say that they understand that they're being wielded like a fucking puppet on a string.
I think there is, I think there is a gift. If I look at it with a new set of eyes.
Yes, you're right, Pam. We're all being tested, but the thing is, the people that are doing all the lashing out or whatever, it'd be no different if they're going around selling pleasantry. Oh, what a beautiful dress you have. You accept that shit, then you got to be prepared to accept the other shit. If not, to say to every
Prepared to
person
eat it.
constantly, say thank you. You're an idiot, Dominic. Thank you. You're a nice guy. Thank you. Be fucking consistent. Be true.
You're right.
Okay, if you think
I
it's
don't
over,
understand
It's not even.
go ahead.
I was just going to say, I don't know what's going on with people because I know what I experienced yesterday. I have people blocked and you still can't avoid trolls. And so it's crazy because like I hadn't had problems. Like I've avoided this person like for a year. And like I haven't like went out of my way or nothing, and I have them blocked, and you can't avoid them when they're on the, I guess, the panel, just sucks.
You know what it comes down to, Pam? I've been around this community for a short period of time, a year, year and a half. A lot of things haven't really changed. If anything else, people are trying to control the inevitable of change. So if it's, I don't always go around thinking it's the individual. It's either the host or the fucking chat. It's the masses that's the issue. So in this particular case, if a person that you're trying to block keeps coming over and over again, then you start to have to question the fucking people that are hosting it, let alone the people that are in the chat. If everybody turns their back onto somebody, then you can deal with that issue. But until then, most people aren't. I get it. Most people end up selling for shit like entertainment and amusement. They're not here to fucking grow. They're not here to learn. They're not here to realize the constant change that's always happening. But that's their program. They'll even make it about me. I said, that's a wasted energy from a self-absorbed fucking person. So if those particular places that you go, you find it's a consistency, then the question's on you, not them. It's on you. Why do I keep coming here? You've even said it, Pam, out of your own mouth, where you said you kind of retreated for a while because then we go back in. I get that. I'm only here because it's being recorded, and there's a whole bunch of us here. It's not like there's though it was the one or two. I said, you're not ever coming in my fucking garage ever again. It's done. And that's it. Now they can turn whatever. Outside of that, now they have to do an offense. I don't even like mentioning these fucking characters' names, but you know what they are. They go on doing the same fucking thing over and over again. They're attention seeking. Even if they are fucking agents, they're still attention seeker. The question is still to each individual fucking person, what about you? If you're going to take the pleasantries for yourself, then you better take the misery with it too. Now, I'm just talking out loud, being a moron that I enjoy being once in a while. But outside of that, this shouldn't have to be this way. But it is. So how do we deal with it? And it's an individual choice how they deal with it. If they honestly value the concept of a free will, you want to go outside of free will, then ask some other will to come involved in, which is called source or other people. Again, I'm just blabbing now. Carry on, guys.
Yeah, Dom, I have asked for, yes, I have asked for a lot of prayers for my son, and I haven't asked for anything more than just prayers, which is, whether it be projected energy, positive energy. And no, I'm not gonna, I will not retaliate. You're right, that would make me less than a standard model for somebody to follow.
I went through the same thing on my channel, with people trolling and disrespecting other people, and I feel like people take my kindness for weakness. And a nice person can only take so much too. I start feeling like people are trying to test me and stuff, see how far they can push me, and I still let it go. But I had enough of that. I'm not putting up with no arguments on, like, some people. I think
probably earned. I'm sorry, Charles. I'm sorry.
No, I'll finish. I was just saying, some people come along to just disturb, and that's sad.
Yeah, disruptors, and I probably earned this karmatically. I know that I put that out there, and I went in and disrupted the disruptors, and I know that I'm capable of clearing an entire panel of people, and I probably deserve every inch of this and every last bit of it. But it's just a peculiar time to get it, but expected, and I'll have to deal with it.
You don't bother access. At least from far as I see, you never bother anyone. You just come by, or you open your panel and speak a lot of good wisdom. It's just sad that, like Dom was saying, it shouldn't even be like this. but people haven't grown up enough or matured. They probably don't even realize they're doing it for the most part.
Yeah, either or, whether they know they're doing it or not. I know how to reach, backstage button. I know how to delete or block somebody from, and that's an exercise that I should have probably had administered. So shame on me. I really should have took a different approach.
You're just trying to be including everyone, and sometimes that's not possible.
That's what I'm learning. Like, that's what I'm learning is that you have to kind of create your own space, so you don't have to necessarily put up with that. That's why I started like streaming, is so like I could like don't have to deal with the undesirables if I didn't want to,
Yeah, I don't want to be one of those hosts. I think that I have a little more maturity in the development of myself that, I should be able to deal with these situations. And if I'm going to continue doing this and being able to share without distraction, then whatever I need to do. But I don't want to be one of those hosts. I like what happens here.
If I had my own channel, I would tell people straight out, I'm after quality, not quantity. First time I hear somebody fucking say some vulgar word, I don't care if the N word or whatever, I said, you're gone.
That's how I am. I haven't had to kick anyone yet, but I'm more than willing to. Like, if you come to my house or something, like, you got to act a certain way or you're asked to leave.
Mm-hmm. But again, Pam, it's one of those things. This is why we live in this part of the world where we make it a business out of people being third or fourth time offenders. No, you're gone. This is not fucking baseball. You're gone. Why? If you don't know how to behave and not have to say those foul words, especially when you direct it to somebody, you want to be mad at a generalized ideal that the human race is be a bunch of punk ass. That's one thing. But when you direct it to one individual like that, you think that one fucking human being is responsible for the human's fucking plight? I don't think so. So at that point, I'm talking to a child. You're gone. Simple as that. It's gone. Now the other person can turn around and say, don't think for one second I defended you. I'm defending the situation, the area that we're in. This is why it's called a safe space. You want to have a private conversation, having a safe space, you can say whatever the fuck you want. But when you're in a public platform, I'm at a restaurant, I'm having a conversation with Pam, I'm hearing a bunch of people yapping, I'm expecting the fucking guy that owns the fucking restaurant to deal with it. If not, I'm taking myself out of there. People don't know enough to get out of the fucking, lift up their umbrella when they're in the rain. And if they don't have an umbrella, get the fuck out of the rain. This is children's shit that's being talked on most of these communities. They're not every so often throw a fucking crumb and talk about, oh, I understand what the Illuminatis are talking about. I understand how Federal Reserve works and all that kind of shit. But their behavior is proving to the elites, these guys are a bunch of fucking children. Do we even need these fucking useless fucking mouth feeders? It's our behavior that's proving how useless we are. Allowing other people to say shit like pedophile and all that kind of stuff, saying the word moronic and all that kind of stuff, make that a fucking private conversation. Publicly, you're just what? Most people are just going to have to settle. This is entertainment. And that's fine. You pay me enough fucking money, I'll gladly tell you whatever the fuck you want to hear. But don't ever think for 1 second I'm actually going to tell you the truth. It might happen by accident, but I'm surely not going to tell you the truth, because then that opens up the question, what is the fucking truth? All our deceptions that we tell each other? Most people come from dysfunctional families, dysfunctional individuals. Now we're making dysfunctional communities. That's an individual choice, how you behave, but it's actually a group environment that actually says we don't accept that. And most people are tolerating this kind of behavior. Honestly, people are going to say they accept it. Most of these guys probably just leave these channels and whatever. That's fine. But the concern is for the masses still. How are we dealing with this? Should we turn our backs on this?
Oh shit! I removed my. Okay, sorry. I removed myself for a second. I think we had a.
You're practicing.
Maybe we had a YouTube spot. I don't know. My stomach just kind of went.
I did go. I did.
Wow.
You did it without even knowing you did it. It's your higher self telling you to practice. See, press this button.
Yeah, there you go. Because Access, we do have energy called pass it forward. So if you're going around thinking that you want to harm other people, then wouldn't that actually even happen to the people in your own family?
We
live in a circle. The energies always work like a circular motion. People want to think it's an angle, like it's a one-way street. It goes this way. No. Everything comes around, goes around. And don't think we're going to fuck what you. No, it'll be the ones that you think you love the most. You love that cat? Well, we'll play with it. But remember, tell the cat the reason why it's getting this gift, this reward of punishment, is because of your shit fucking response, your reaction. You know, I get it. People have bad days, but do it privately. Outside of that, it's fucking noise. Hearing a whole bunch of people yapping, even me fucking talking, it's noise. It's not even constructive noise.
Lead by example is what I need to do in this situation, to be a responsible participant in the serious nature of my situation and my channel, my platform. Absolutely. You know, I can't help that other people don't understand or have the etiquette to deal with such a profound, life-changing experience. And I don't know why I even expected them to. They've never been through something like this. So, yeah. Yep. I should never have mentioned my son. And I should remove the disruptors from this channel immediately. And that's a responsible behavior. Guess I needed to see that. And
well, you can share the information with people that are going to be supportive and helpful, right? Just don't share it with people that aren't going to be helpful.
Yeah, don't shit all over yourself for reaching out for like support.
We're here to help you and support you, right?
Yeah.
You guys have been wonderful to me, especially, you know, just by your nature. You guys have been real supportive of the channel. You've been real supportive of me, and that hasn't gone unrecognized. And it is much appreciated. And I guess the profoundness hit me of the situation, and I had no coping skills to deal with the situation. And I'm developing those coping skills right now. I'm hoping that this only happens once in my lifetime.
Let's pray. Let's pray for that.
Yeah.
And pray for a good outcome. We can take a moment, pray for a good outcome for you.
That would be awesome.
I was just showing that door. I'm showing Max too. I know Max speaks on a lot of different things around the world. This is one of the big doors right here. That's double our size.
Oh, cool.
It's on this building. If I could back up far enough.
Oh, look at this work. Oh, that's amazing. Fuck. We used to build beautiful things, eh? Now we just build garbage.
Yeah, they're made cheaply and made to they're made not to last very long, that's for sure.
Oh, that was beautiful, yeah. Thank you for that.
Yeah, Charles has always got beautiful pictures.
There's a cemetery. Yeah. From the 1700s.
Oh, yeah. Look at that. Things that inspire.
Here, Charles, let me put you, I'm going to put you center stage, Charles, so that you can share these sites with the panel.
I got enough time. Yeah, I got enough time. Let me get across the street.
Where's that at? What city?
Where are you?
Connecticut, downtown.
Gotcha.
This is the gate. It's a cemetery right next to the skyscrapers. It's weird.
Okay.
Beauty and the Beast, eh?
I hear people are just dying to get in there.
Did he go away? Who left?
You might have dropped him.
Oh hell! I've got no business behind the
Come
steering
back.
wheel. I'm mood drunk.
Yeah,
Completely
don't worry,
mood drunk.
I don't take it.
Well, if that phrase gets coined, who wants it? Mood drunk. I'm offering it to anybody.
Yeah, he said you put him in the
take
back.
Oh, you put him in the
Oh
back.
shit!
Bad Chuck.
Wrong damn one. Yeah. Yeah, this is a trying to operate this with no sleep. I should have. Okay, let's find Charles. Oh, there he is. Okay, let's see if I can. It's time for me to change out this particular phone and use another base device because this is cracked windows and I think it's about filled up. And Charles, are you there?
I don't see him yet.
I'm trying to add him.
There you go.
Okay, there we go.
He was. Now he's gone.
Oh.
He hit the button too many times.
He disappeared like 4 times.
I'm tapping this and I'm trying to get it to respond. I'm so sorry, Charles. Okay, here we go. Relax.
There he is.
Breathe. Sorry, Charles. Sorry. It's
Sorry.
entirely the operator's fault. I'm hitting the wrong device to put you center stage. That's okay. Now
look at this person.
Read it.
They got a whole slab.
There we go.
Granite. I don't know what that is. Maybe they use that to patch it. But yeah, this cemetery is old. I don't want to step on people's heads, but
wonder how many of them are resonating Bluetooth signals.
I wonder. I want to find skyscrapers. Like who put cemetery in the middle of the city?
Wow.
So this might have been here before most of these skyscrapers are built.
Yeah, that was probably on the outskirts of the city when it was started, right?
Yeah.
That's where they usually put them, right? On the outside of the city.
And a lot of them were definitely in lodges and stuff. There's a lot of obelisks and pyramids. And
a lot of lodge members, eh?
Yeah.
Wow.
First settlers. Huh.
Oh, that's so cool.
Do you are you living in a historical area, Charles? Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
the
cities.
That's that cemetery.
They said this church was here 16 and there's a plaque over here. I'm gonna go to it. It says Thomas Jefferson. Somebody. Excuse me. This place is usually locked. I'm surprised it's open. There's been a few times I tried to get in. I had to jump the fence. No, I didn't. Let me not incriminate myself. I had to get in to do my video, and I wasn't taking no for an answer.
Yeah, check out the foundation of that church, the blocks underneath. See if they're like a completely different. Sometimes they have like almost cyclopean blocks on the bottom as the foundation.
15. Look how they write too. I love the writing. 1594 to 1654. And what I was showing on the building across the street, the one is very small. Like they're trying to tell you the 1,000 years was added. So maybe it was built.
Didn't it look like on that last sign? It looked like the one was squished right in, like on the 16. They had to squish it in.
My bus is pulling up.
Okay, we're gonna set you back, Charles. And remember, your particular bus has a lot of noise to it, so be aware of that. Okay, now let's see.
Yeah, that 1,000-year thingy, that's always been a fun one to look at. It's weird how that number, it looks like they squished the numbers in, the one. Like it wasn't supposed to be there originally.
Always nice to zone funeral plots and where we all live. It's always nice.
Yeah, I grew up in a historic town that Charles would probably absolutely go nuts in. It was,
at least we don't do with our dead what we used to, bury them under the house,
No, at least you're in the house and hopefully in the land. But again, most cities are lacking space. But hey, let's get some of the elites to bury or put their funeral plots here. Can I get a rezone for more industrial? No, we're just going to put more dead people around us. That's so sexy.
I want to apologize to everyone in the chat and everyone on the panel. Okay. I have Cage backstage.
Of course we do. I have some sticks back there so you can be like a little cricket. Put them together. Squish, squish, squish.
Cage, if you can hear me, I'm not going to bring you up on panel because to me you dishonored the seriousness of the nature of what I'm going through tomorrow, and you kind of poked me, buddy, and I'm not going to allow you to do it again, and especially with the seriousness of the situation I'm in. Shame on me for letting everybody know it, and shame on you for antagonizing under such serious circumstances. And I leave it at that.
Can we bring it back to what type of cake we should eat for tomorrow?
I like white cake.
Okay, white cake. Okay, don't be total racist, but let's go with white cake. What about you, Pam? I need to hear your input. If you're there, don't tell me you're out there at 420 and somewhere.
No.
What type of cake should we have for tomorrow?
Well, I prefer like pineapple upside down cake or like strawberry cake, but I'm down with cake.
Just cake,
especially if it's as long as it's got maybe even a little wheat in it. Hey.
And it's my cake, right? Okay, I'm with you. Max, would you mind sharing? Especially from Hamilton, I'm pretty sure they have some nice cakes there.
I'm kind of a chocolate guy all the way, pretty much.
I'm with you there too. Chocolate guy for me. White cake, upside down strawberry cake. Did I say it correctly, Pamela? And we're gonna have chocolate cake. Okay, I'm in. Should we eat it during the eclipse, prior to the eclipse, or after the eclipse?
Dom, I'm gonna make this. If you don't mind, I won't. I'm not gonna keep this particular stream up for the nature of it, but I could use some help right now.
Okay.
I am reaching out.
Then we'll drop the cake
because I'm having some difficulties psychologically dealing with this, and I guess I need to address that. There's a lot of unresolved. There's a lot of unresolved issues, and I have no one to turn to.
Had you had a chance to talk to your mom, or that's still a little bit separated there?
I haven't spoke with my mom since the last time that we had to drive up for the the initial arraignment. She's going through a very rough time herself, and I'm trying to be supportive of it. And I'm going to explain to you what the likeness of this is. Just because I will put this in private. You guys can have a link. Is have you ever had to put down an animal that you had to put down, and just before you put it down, you allow it that time of happiness, and you don't let that animal know that particular bullet is coming, and you take that animal out.
Mm-hmm.
My son he's requesting books on things that I'm not comfortable with, and my mother is definitely not comfortable with, and I told her, I said, get him, at least make him happy, you know, little understanding and kindness to the nature of what's going on. And I felt like it was allowing that animal that I was about to kill the time that I would give them, just to kind of experience that last moment of life and the type of happiness. And that's how it feels. It really does. And I've tried to cope, and I've tried to deal with it professionally, maturely. I need some advice. I'm in the dark, man. Totally in the dark, and I need some advice, and I have nowhere else to turn except to you guys.
Well, when it comes to your son, Access, if you don't mind sharing, if you want to, how was he living prior to all of this? I think you had shared that. How was he really living? Was he living content, happy? Was he frustrated? Was he self-destructing?
He was disillusioned with life and the outcomes that he had brought upon himself and that had been delivered. No, he wasn't a happy camper at all.
So this could be the situation that he's in, and it's how it's going to lead up to could be a transformation opportunity. Hence why some people, they need some sort of tragedy for a wake-up call if they choose to do that. You know, it'd be different if a person was living happy and content, and some people live happy falsely. You know, they're taking advantage of other people, and then all of a sudden something occurs. So in this particular case, can't ask him to go back to the way he was because it was destructive, and this could be its reward. I'm not saying he committed the crime, but a crime was already committed a long time ago on himself. You know, now you have shared too. There's other people that have been affected by all of this. You know, so knowing that you haven't talked to your mom, hopefully tomorrow if she's there, you guys can reach out to each other, and you know, be a somewhat solidarity together while you're in the courtroom with your son. Keep in mind everybody else there, they're there just to do a job, regardless if they're in clubs or they have some plot. So hopefully whatever comes out of it, your son can see it as again, repeating myself, a transformation of some sort. If not, it'll be the same old, but in a different place. But that's not to take away the fact that what I'm hearing you, it's going to affect you, obviously. You're the parent. You're the one that loves your children. Nobody wants any other children to be in harm's way. But sometimes when it does occur, there could be something learned from it.
I think you know your information is there, but man, I really thought I was doing pretty good. Um, and you're right. He is going to be, or is right now, in a safer and better environment. At least I take it that he's in capable hands than the situation that he was living in before all this. I mean, he had access to stuff that he probably should have had access to and was allowed privileges that he shouldn't have probably had. And this is a circumstantial situation. Nobody saw anything. Nothing. But I've got to be prepared for a potential. The victim was the dad of the cop, and I'm concerned that they're going to really concerned that they're not going to be fully honest about their approach to my son. You know, the victim was the dad of a law enforcement officer there where he's at. And it was the son of that law enforcement officer that um,
Well, actually, some people are, so when something's been lost, in this case, a human life, people are going to be wanting